So, it begins. Checking, just checking for the quality options. Yeah, that's 3 times in a row. All right. That can be minimized now. Hello. Hello, world. This is stream number 411. This is day 3 of me porting my URI library from C++ to Rust. Okay, so same plan as the last 2 days. URI stands for Uniform Resource Identifier. I have existing unit tests for C++ that I'm porting and using to implement the Rust version of it. I want it to be fully compliant with the RFC that specifies URIs. Hey there, LumaCode. You are first. Okay. Making sure my windows are in order. Yay! Yay! Okay. I'm going to pick up exactly where I left off, I think. Around here somewhere. Yeah, right here. So, last test that uses mine. First test that doesn't use mine. I'm okay. Just trying to get adjusted to waking up earlier. Add YouTube comment first. I hope you're doing well, you LumaCode. Alright. Let's just take URI parse and put it in place of URI parse URI reference try from. And then is relative reference. We need a method for that. Cool. All right. Where would it go alphabetically? After host, right here. Pub function is relative reference. Self yields a bool. Unimplemented. All right. And probably need to say that must use. Must use reason. Why would you call an accessor method and not use the return value? Silly human. All right. Run the test. It's going to probably hit that unimplemented function. Yep. Okay. Now I need to remember what I did in the C++ version of this code. Is relative reference. Okay, it's if the scheme is not empty. Fair enough. So self.scheme dot is some. No, is none. Easy peasy. Hey there, Nui. You are second. All right. Running the test again. Okay, hit something else unimplemented, I guess. Oh, no, I got a panic. Out of bounds. Interesting. Huh. I guess it was printing something? No. Here's a slice out of bounds. Right here. How come I can't go to that? Line 558. Aha. Right here. So, Can I, like, just hit debug and see that? Hey, they're stacking. You are third. No, wait. Mr. Halsey was second. Nui was third. Stacking is fourth. Hey there, Mr. Halsey. I didn't see your hello. All right. What is a thwarting path? Oh, it's empty string. Ooh. Ooh. Hold on. Is this one of those things where the debugger's lying to me? It's not really empty string. Yeah, it's not really empty string. Oh, wait. It's because I have a breakpoint there. Okay, continue. Now go up. Hello again. All right. Yeah, the debugger is lying. It's not really empty, right? Yeah, it's /. Okay, so I can't just take a slice that extends beyond the range. That's the problem. There's a bug. I'm surprised that Rust compiler did not warn me about this one. Hey there, Exus. I've lost count now. I think you're number 5 or 6. See, Lumicode was first, then Mr. Halsey, then Nui, then stacking. Yeah, Exus is number 5. I think I'll have to stop counting because I'll forget how many people are here. You were 5 stacking? Lumicode? Mr. Halsey, Nui. No, you're 4. Alright, I'm already losing count. Now, I think this became a problem because substring handles it. If this string is less than 2 characters long, you can go out of bounds and it's fine, but you can't do that in Rust apparently. What are we counting? The number of the people that are in chat today. So like Lumicode was the first, you know, first post and all that stuff. Second post, third post. So I have to put another condition on this, right? Can we say like starts with? Can I say like if authority starts with and use a string? Oh yeah, wouldn't that would be better, right? Yeah, there we go. Just hitting the back button. What test was it that failed? This one. Run it again. Pass. All right. Hey there, Red Sky 1. All right. That was an interesting bug. The lesson is don't slice a string if you're not sure the length is at least long enough. Starts with is better because it handles a string that's smaller than the pattern you give it. All right, I really need to mark my place with the bookmark. Yeah, instead of using the mouse wheel, I'm just gonna find the place that we're supposed to be at. Here, okay, that's the last one we did. Okay, so I'm marking it. There we go. Hey, Ismat, I am back. How are you today? I don't know if you've been in the last 2 streams, Ismat, but yeah, I came back to streaming on Monday. So this is stream number 3 since the break. Alright. So, we're trying to switch these tests to use my code instead of URI parse. Is relative path reference is a different one? Okay. I didn't know I had both of those methods. Is relative... No, there's something different here. Something different here. Yeah. It should just be is relative reference, right? Oh, no, I call it contains a relative path. All right. Try not to break things. That's your day job, is trying not to break things? That's a good goal. Hey there, Romania Hate. Which one's a cool project? The one you're on? All right. Oh, the one I'm on. Yeah, I find it cool. A lot of people might find it too nerdy or too boring, but You know, taking something very elemental on the internet, like how you parse one of these strings, and just making a library that does it. I find it fascinating to implement specifications like that. But, you know, not everybody's into that. I can get that. All right. I think I want to go back to my naming convention, contains relative path. Is relative reference is what I am using. Okay. Develop it. It's gifted a sub to Romania Hate. Thank you, Develop it. And welcome, Romania Hate. You can now use all my silly emotes. Like Rhyme8 EJ. Hi, Develop it. How are you doing today? This stuff seems like where you learn the most or remember the experience in the future. You get to do a lot of very specific problem solving, I think. Right? Because it is not an overly complex problem. It's something that you can mentally grasp, right? It's like, okay, we want to find where the scheme ends and where the authority begins. If there even is an authority, maybe there's not, right? You could have an absolute path without an authority and then separate the path from the query. You can kind of see where, yeah, we're going to be looking for that question mark and we're going to be looking for that hashtag to separate query and fragment. So you can kind of mentally grasp what we're doing. Panapundi, hello, and a Shurshak 55. Happy Wednesday. It's Wednesday everywhere, right? It might be Thursday in some places. It might be Tuesday in some places. Actually, I'm not a very good... I don't have a good memory for time zones. Yeah, I'm going to be calling this contains relative path, and I do need a new function for that. All right, contains relative path. Alphabetically, it would go after check scheme, right? So public function that borrow self yields a bool currently unimplemented. We're going to want to have a must-have, or must-use, I mean. Must-use. Please use the return value k thanks by. It's Wednesday. It's definitely Wednesday in the US. Okay, it's Thursday in Japan. Got it. Yeah. That pesky international dateline and the fact that the world is round. It's sorry to spoil things, but it's not flat. Okay, contains relative path reference. My test should build now, and it should fail because it's not implemented. This is how we do test-driven development. We implement only what the test requires. Yeah, sorry, Axis, it's not round. I mean, it's not flat. It's round. Thursday in 3 hours. Is it Thursday somewhere? In Japan? Maybe in Fiji? I don't know. All right. See how I implement it here. Oh, there we go. It is not is path absolute. Is this also a public method? Why do I have two different function names? That's not what I wanted. Search for that, please. Okay, internally I call it is path absolute, but externally it's called contains relative path. Why have two different words for the same thing? Why don't I just make it consistent? Let's make it consistent. So it's the inverse of is path absolute. So I want to negate this logic when I copy it over to Rust then. So let's negate that. It would be it's empty or it... What's that mean? Oh, right. The first segment is empty. Means it's relative, right? No. Or not, right? Yeah. So much easier if everyone was on UTC. Yeah, so UTC right now, it is 4:34 or 16:34 on a Wednesday. It's Thursday in Australia. That makes sense. Imagine how simple date time management would be in programming. How much the world would just stop working. Well, but if we all use UTC internally in programs and only switch to local time zone when we're displaying it to humans, or and in the opposite direction, do the opposite, then I think that's the best way to go. That's what I try to do myself. Okay, now to turn this into Rust. So it should just, we get rid of the return because we don't need it. And this can just be one line, right? And then path empty becomes, well, it's self path is empty. Or self.path first segment is not empty. So not is empty, right? All right. So go back to my bookmark and run it. Failed. Okay, so it failed on one of the tests. Okay, here's a situation where I don't know which one it failed on. So I think you can add a third argument to the assert equal. I think I'm going to do that. And we'll just have like a test index. So let mut test index equals 0, and then we'll just say test index plus equals 1 down here. Can I not say, oh, it has to be a string? Okay, so we'll do a string, no, it's format bang, right? Is it not format bang? Am I forgetting my macros in Rust already? I'm not surprised. Okay. As that keyboard panning out over time, I'm getting more and more used to it, but I still make mistakes. But I make mistakes on all keyboards. I think I just can't get perfect, or I can't get to what I really like. In terms of precision using a keyboard, I'm just always going to screw up, but I like it. Format? Okay. So it doesn't recognize format, so, oh no, it does. Interesting. It didn't autocomplete it, though. It says no suggestions. All right, anyway, we should say, well, do I even need format? Can't I just convert that to a string? Rust integer to string. Should be just an easy way to do that, right? To string. There we go. Test index to. It's interesting that it doesn't give. I can't do a to string on it. Must be a string literal? Ah, no way. Assert requires a string literal? Oh, but you can do the formatting there. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So it would be like that. See, error messages are helpful, right? Yes, exactly. There we go. And hey there, confusing straw. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it probably was a cached error message. What's this trying to tell me? It's used as a loop counter. So what? I need it in here. Why is it giving me a warning? Oh, there we go. Clippy has taught me something again. And then I don't need that. Look at that. Isn't Clippy cool? All right, so then run it again. We'll see which test vector fails. The test vector that failed was 1. So that's this one. Oh, I think this is where my library differs from URI parse. And I had to change that test vector. Yeah, pretty sure. Parse from string, not this one, but the unit test. Yeah, this one. Oh no, it should have been false. Okay, so I do have a bug then. So it's coming back as true instead of false for this one. Okay then. Let's try to find out why. If the path, it's relative if the path is empty or the first I think I got that backwards. That's the problem. Is path absolute? It's absolute if the path is not empty and the first element is empty. So it should be relative if the path is empty or the first element is not empty. Thank you for the follow. So in that test, there is no path, right? So the path would be empty. So it should have returned true. Okay, so then why is it not working? Let's find out. Let's debug that test. And then go to the second, index 1 here. What is self path? It's empty. So shouldn't it return true? Oh, but it should have been, okay. The test requires it to be false though. Okay. So I'm guessing that in the C++ version, the path isn't empty for here. It puts in a slash, and I missed that somehow when I ported it. Let me confirm that. So we'll go to the same thing. We'll put a breakpoint in that, and then run this test. Debug. Gee, which one? They're both the same thing. How about that one? Error mode debugging not support. Okay, we'll run the other one then. Okay. Do I need to build it again? I guess so. All right, now run it. Uh-oh. How about all of them? Unsupported input. Uh-oh. Okay. I don't know how to fix this then. Do I need to reload? Can I run the test? I can run the test, but I can't debug it. Grr. What if I just, oh yeah. I can't debug all tests. Does this button work? It does. No, it doesn't. Why is it trying to run cargo test on this? It's confused. It doesn't know that it's C++. Okay, so a mixed language, a mixed language solution has problems. It's trying to run it with cargo. How do I fix that? I have to reload maybe? Reload not Rust analyzer, but the whole window. And then run this, and then try this? Nope. It's still trying to run cargo on it. You know, normal run works, debug doesn't, because it thinks it's Rust. Well, shoot. Some kind of language config, yeah. I think no one does crazy things like I do, where I have both C++ and Rust in the same solution. So I can't run the C++ debugger with this, but I could still make a configuration to do this, right? The old school way. So this is for cargo. Let's do a non-cargo one. Where's the button? Here it is. Add configuration. Windows launch, right? I think Windows launch. Okay, and then let's say C++ test. Now to remember where it is, it's build vs Build on dash or underscore? I can't remember. Let's find it. Build dash VS Code. It would be URI debug or test, right? Test debug. Right. And so to run one test is, let's see what the help says. It's gtest filter or something, right? Yeah, filter equal gtest underscore filter equal, and then I have to just pick the test I want. So it's URI tests underscore, I think. Just copy this whole string. Okay, that's not the right one. Oh, a dot and not an underscore. All right, dot it is. Okay, so then that's the command line I want. Copy that. VS Code. URI test debug. Args is that. Sure. So now I can, do I have the breakpoints? Yes, I do. So then I can this one and then go. Doesn't exist. Oh, I missed the name of the executable. /URI test.exe. Go. There we go. Old school way of debugging still works. So then going into here, what does path look like? Okay, so path isn't empty. It's got one empty element in it, or one empty segment. Okay, so then I should just look to see how it's parsed, right? Just as a quick way of navigating, I'm just going to go find where that test was. Right here. Okay, and then I'm going to put a bookmark on it. All right. There we go. Stop that. What's up? I played poker badly. I haven't streamed in a month and a half. Actually this is the third stream since I started again after the break. Okay, it's how this is parsed. It's different than I'm doing it in Rust. So let's go down to here and rerun that test. Go. I don't need that bookmark anymore, or breakpoint. Okay, so now I'm going to step into this and see how we're doing it differently. Parse the scheme, parse the end of the path. Okay, so the path string should be empty. How come I can't see it? There it is. So it is empty. How do we parse the path when it's an empty string completely? Else if it's not empty. Wait. So it is empty. Is there a special case down here? Ooh, set default path of authority present and path empty. I think I'm missing that. That's what we're missing. Yeah, test case. I don't have this. I don't have this in the Rust, I guess. All right, that's what it is. So it's in parse from string, which I think I just called parse. Why didn't Discord give you a response? Maybe the bot's broken. Yeah, I guess the bot's broken. I still need to look into that. It loses its connection to Twitch and doesn't reconnect. I think it's just not responding to Twitch's message saying, hey, you need to reconnect. So, I mean, it's got an OAuth token, so I just have to disable and enable it, I think. Yeah, he's angry, so to calm him down, we have to disable and enable him again. There he goes. Now we can try again. There's the Discord link. Still need to look into that. That's a problem. Sort of an annoying one that I have to restart the bot every once in a while. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm just missing it, right? Or maybe I put it into here. Yes. I suppose it is... if authority is present, so that would be this arm, right? So in this arm, we need to say if the path is empty, push back an empty segment. So right here, I guess I can do a match on the path string. So if path string is empty, then it is one thing, else we parse it from there. And this returns vector of vectors, so it would just be lowercase vec, right? Thank you for that follow. I appreciate the follows. Okay, is that not right? Oh, this one right here is not a vector. 2vec. This is still not right, probably because of that. No, this is still not right for some other reason. They're incompatible. Oh, not this thing again. Can never get this right. Am I just doing vec wrong? What is x here? Vector of references. So what? How do I get rid of those? Okay, there we go. I got it. Hey there, Jay Hersko. All right. I don't like the looks of that. But I think that's the only way to do it, right? Unless, can you do a vec at both levels like that? Oh, okay, I can just do it that way. There we go. Let the type inference take over. It's like it has to be a view and 8s to match this one. All right, so then back to the test and run it again. Hey, pass. The okay we want to see. Cool. Done with that test, so I'm going to move down to the next one. Find some Rust writings very obscure. Yeah. Like, I need to come back to some of the work I did yesterday and clean it up. Like, to have to do this business with slicing a binary string, for lack of a better word. It gets really cumbersome when we have to do stuff like this. I was thinking of just maybe either making a helper to construct these gross things, or making an alternate method like path as string, and then we can just compare it as a string again. One or the other, just because this is just very, very cumbersome. And I still don't quite understand why I need to slice it after after the literal like that. Why I can't just say that I don't really understand yet. Actually, that works, but we have a problem if we do it for all of them, because they have different sizes, right? Yeah, it starts to say, well, these sizes don't match. One's a 0 length, the other one's a length 3. I think it's sized versus unsized. And I don't quite get it. I don't quite get it yet. That's okay. I don't need to get it right away. Hey, look, that test just worked. Awesome. Let's move on to the next one. Oh, wait a minute. It just worked because it's using not my code. I can't get ahead of myself. It's still using URI parse. We want to use my URI class. There we go. Right, so then we can simplify this, right? Host to that, as long as these are all binaries. So host should be not a str, but a U8. And then all of these, just do it this way. Have a B in front. Cool. And then same thing with a query, right? Yeah, all of these will be U8s. So then all of these get a B in front. You get a B, you get a B, you get a B. You all get Bs. All right, and then we don't need to do this map business. So we haven't defined the query function yet, or the fragment. We need to do that. All right, and then I can maybe fold these back. Fold is the right word, right? If I put them on different lines, it's unfolding, right? Ah. See, I still struggle with this keyboard. I think it just takes me longer to get used to different keyboards. You getting better grades in here than you did in school? Y'all get Bs. Hey, yeah. B is better than a C or a D or an F. Okay, so we have query. I mean, we have host, but we don't have query or fragment. So alphabetically, it would go between P and S, right? Pub function query self returns an optional reference to a uint slice. Unimplemented. But we have a must-have. This is my challenge to be more creative in my warning messages. Don't you want to know what that query was? And then we want the same thing for fragment. Yep. Challenge my knowledge of the alphabet. Fragment. Hey there, Dr. Padawan. A query and a fragment walked into a bar. Too bad you're ignoring the fragment because it's actually a funny joke. All right. Enough being silly. Go back to the test and run it. Cool. So it will be getting to unimplemented code. This first one's query. Could have had ouch. That's true. You know, I have to save a few to use later, or else I'll run out of ideas. Okay, so then get query, right? All right, so that's easy. So we just it's going to be similar to these. Do I just borrow self.query? No, because query is a vector, right? So I need to do as dref, like I learned yesterday. All right, and probably the same thing for fragment. There's a way to jump quickly, right? Right, Control-Shift-O. Yeah, I need to do that more. Fragment. Control-Shift-O, yes. Run. Okay, so now we have a none, but then a sum empty array. Okay, so again, I want to know which one. So we want to do like test vectors dot enumerate, right? Okay, I forget how to do that. How did we do that in the previous test? Oh, iter enumerate. Okay. And then which one's which? The index first? Okay. Test index, test vector. And then we can... it was the query that was wrong, right? So we'll expand this to say... I want to know the test index. Run that guy. Conversation regarding match versus as defer proved extremely helpful to you. Oh, I'm glad. Set cover. And hello, Je? Or is it Gel? How long do you work on the parser already? So it's hard to say unless we talk about, do you want me to include the time I spent 2 years ago implementing the C++ version, this stuff. I could go back and look at that. If we're just talking about the Rust stuff, this is the third stream, so this would be, we've worked on I think it was 3.5 hours and then 6, so we're like at 8 or 9 hours. But a lot of it is time spent split between working on the code and then talking with chat and stuff. So I'd say I'm at 50% speed when I'm streaming. So if I were to do this without streaming, I'd probably be 4 or 5 hours in, if you don't count the time that it took me to write the original C++ version. If you include that time, I'd have to go back and look at how much time I spent way back when, which I can do because I have notes. I did this way back here. So that was an hour and a half, another 3.5 hours, another 3 hours, another hour and a half, another 4 hours, and then refactoring about 2 hours. So what is that, like another 15 hours? I know, it's hard to say, because, I'm leveraging a lot of the work from that 15-hour C++ dev. Yeah, in C++ 2 years ago. So this isn't completely from scratch. So I would say, like, very, very rough estimate, we're maybe 10 hours in. Maybe. Do you document every living second of my life? No. But I try to document what I'm doing on stream. Because a lot of the things that happen on stream are people are giving me useful advice, and I don't want to waste it. When, for example, yesterday, Silmith, Everex, Driftin' Aloth told me these various things. If I didn't write them down, it would be very disrespectful to the people who gave me this information, because I would have lost it, right? So I at least need to write. I write down the information people give me. That's the most useful to me to write down. Just the fact that I have like these other notes, like what I did in every day. It's more just trying to get into the habit of keeping a log, kind of like keeping a journal. But it's not as useful as writing down the notes from other people, if that makes sense. Or if I'm looking at something complicated, I might write down notes as I'm learning something. But yeah, it's mostly the stream is driving that. When I'm not streaming, and I don't take notes. Notice my parser handles the fragment part of the URI. Not sure the context of where this will be used, but I don't think the server actually sees the fragment. Server, you mean web server, right? So fragments are also used by web clients. They're constructed by the web client, right? And also, if you're looking at an HTML page, like a web browser would use the fragment to know where, what is it? When you have anchors in a document. So yeah, you're right in that in the context of a web server, we're not going to see a fragment. But this library would be used in other contexts like web clients, web browsers, and stuff like that. So yeah, we're trying to be fully compliant to the spec, so that includes the fragment part, even if servers don't ever see it. I did choose Rust rather than continue using C++, because I got the why Rust command talks about that a little bit. I got into it and really liked Rust, so I want to do it more. Maybe using this as something like yeah. This is a fundamental building block library I'll use anywhere I need URIs, basically. Okay. Yeah, why Rust? There we go. I also have the Rust command in general, and I need to update that because there's a couple other streamers, and if you're really interested in seeing more Rust, there's also a team now formed, Rustations, and I might not be the only one streaming Rust right now. There might be some other people on the team going. Although we are in different time zones. Alright. Okay, yeah, I was gonna see which one is failing, right? Oh, the very first one is failing. Okay, so it's not being set to none when it should be set to none. Still imperative, no declarative mode? I don't know what that means. Infinite star code, hello? Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by still imperative, no declarative mode. Oh, you mean like the commands? Well, by convention we use imperative for commands. Like prologue. I don't know prologue. And I forgot to say hi to Razor. Where's the chat? I missed Razor's chat. Oh, the thing about the bad joke I made, yeah. Hello. Pattern matching is implicitly declarative like URI matching. Sure. Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, the parse query has got a problem apparently. This is returning an empty or an actual full list. How come I can't? No symbols are loaded? What? Is there a reason I can't put a breakpoint there? Okay, now it's working. I don't know. Let's debug that test. Okay, so the possible query is empty string, so I should get none for query, and I don't, right? Yeah, so there is an element that is empty in it. That's not right. So need to go and look and see what I did wrong here. If it's empty... Oh yeah, that should be none. What am I doing there? Is that a porting issue? Parse query? Has queries is not empty. Yeah, it should have cleared it. I think I just wrote this wrong. What's this? Oh, right. We're removing the question mark in front. Yes. Yeah, if it's empty, it should be okay, none. I don't know why I had that. Rust peg is available? Don't... Oh, predicates. Well, I've never heard of this, so let me look it up. Rust peg. Rusty peg? Or peg? Parsing expression grammar? Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're thinking about a solution to URI parser that uses like those same techniques that a compiler would use. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, I am definitely doing it the imperative way of parsing it. I'm not using patterns at all. Thank you for the follow. Peg, yeah, we just saw that. Yeah. I will definitely keep it in mind, but I think I'm going to continue right now with what I have. We'll save your note though. Let me give you a point. There you go. That's your first point, Infinite Star Code. You have a nice name too. Infinite Star reminds me of World of Warcraft because there's an ability or a proc that happens there called Infinite Stars, and It's been killing my DPS. Since I'm the healer. Anyway. Enough distractions. Back to the test. Run it again, see if it passes this time. No, it fails. We got a panic. No, it's just unimplemented. Decode query or fragment unimplemented. All right. Let's implement that. Yeah, this is in my GitHub, by the way. Query or fragment. It's decode, right? Yep, this one. Just decode element. Easy peasy. Self decode element. And then we don't have that. So I need to pull it in. The allowed characters in a query or fragment. Where does that go relative to everything else, though? It goes after pchar, not PCT encoded. Right here. All right, just translating this. We're using the lazy static crate to make these character sets. So that's, we iterate that set, and then to that we chain this one, and then we copy and collect it. Done. Okay, this is wrong somehow. Oh, this is the wrong name. And this needs to be borrowed. And no semicolon. There we go. URI Rust not committed yet. It is committed. It's both languages together, which we already found today. There's a bug in the C++ testmate. It thinks it's Rust and not C++. GitHub, right? /RIMU8354/URI. It is, where does it say the language composition? Yeah, look. The Rust is gaining on the C++. It was 100%, well, 99%, and now it's 36% Rust. It's rusting. Expected in a different branch? No, I have it all in the main branch right now. It can pretty much coexist, right? Because the source directory can have the Rust and it can have the non-Rust. I'm missing a file here, aren't I? Did I not push the repo last night? It's possible. Oh yeah, I didn't push the repo last night. So it was a day old. Now we should have the Rust version of the percent encoded character decoder. There we go. So I was a little bit behind. I'm going to give you a point for helping me realize that. Thank you. All right. It's rusting, yeah. So, in fact, they used the... Isn't that... Did you guys notice that? It's using the... whoa. It's using the color of Rust for the Rust part of the bar. So if C++ is iron, then Rust is... We're oxidizing the code as we go. All right, so going back to here... Where's my bookmark? There it is. Run the test again. See if we fixed it. Hey, we fixed it. Neato. Did that on purpose for troll reasons? I wouldn't put it past them. Okay, so then that's done. We're on to this test now. URI parse instead of URI parse URI reference try from. Okay, and then my library combines these into just user info, and it's an optional U8 array. Okay, and so let's just go to username, call it user info. and remove the password part. Okay, and so this should be Pepe at feels bad, man. All of these get removed. All right, and then there should be a B in front of all of those. Cool. All right, so then get rid of this cumbersome map stuff. And then username becomes user info. And there's no password. All right. Still not perfect with my keyboard. Okay, so we don't have a user info method. Let's add that. At some point, Rust is going to complain that my module is too big, isn't it? Okay, self returns an optional reference to a slice of bytes. Unimplemented. But you must use the result. Security breach. Security breach. User info not used. Wait. Why is it giving me... Why is it giving me that? Didn't I just add it down here? Yeah, right here. Why is it telling me it's not used? It is used. Oh, whatever. Let's run the test. Maybe it doesn't compile or something. It is used. In fact, we're reaching that line. Maybe it was just stale. It is used. Reload, please. You gonna keep telling me it's not used? Okay, I'm just gonna ignore it. We're obviously using it in the test. Okay, so then get user info. Okay, so we just do self.user info dot as dref, right? What is user info? Oh, is that the problem? You can't have a method named the same as the data? No, but I've done that before. Oh, it's part of the authority. Okay, that's why it's wrong. It should be the same as a function host, actually. Yeah, we have to do this business. We have to say if there is an authority, then some well, actually, we just do authority dot user info. Otherwise, it's none. And that is because I need to do as dref. There we go. Seen structs, enums, functions all have the same name before? Wasn't fun trying to keep a mental model of what was what? Yeah. I think that's why I had this convention in C++ where I put a get and set in front. Do I have yeah, I have the set version. I might end up going back to that because, yeah, this might become a get user info because I'm probably going to want to have a set user info too. I talk too much because it's called duck typing, right? No, not duck typing. Rubber ducking. I'm allowed to talk endlessly for hours. It's a method of debugging code where you force yourself to explain the code line by line to a duck. But I'm not trying to say that you guys are ducks, but that's just the name for the technique. Where I'm explaining what we're doing. It's because it helps me verify that I know what I'm talking about if I can explain it. If I can't explain what I'm doing, then I don't know what I'm doing. There's a rubber duck store in Amsterdam? Really? Yeah, I've had this happen even before streaming. If there's anyone in the same room as me, I tend to start blabbing while I'm coding. Actually, I had them... gave you rubber duck. Did it help? Don't like to listen that while working. Ah, I see. Well, you can always mute me. I'm gonna leave that the way it is for now. This should just work now, right? Nope, we got a difference somewhere. The user info was different. Oh, because it's not an @ it's a colon. Run it again. Hey, look, it passed that time. Neato. Yeah, if most of the stream is me talking, right? I should say hi to Marco Dev. And the sky. I missed the skies. Oh, there it is. It's rusting. Spray some paint on it. Yeah. Well, if you gotta get that rust out of there before you put the paint on, or else the rust is just gonna eat through. I can tell you're just messing with me. That's fine. All right. This is the next test. Do URI parse instead of this old guy. This should just be user info. All right, run it. Works. Neat. Next. Okay, this one we can uncomment because it should just work, right? This is one of the ones that URI parse has a bug for. It doesn't think that these are erroneous. Resubaka has resubbed for 15 months. Thank you. Thank you for your support. I appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Let's see. URI parse. And now this should work, right? Go. Look at that. It works. URI parse doesn't even handle this correctly, and mine does. So hype, and you're working? Oh, there's so many female gaming streamers where you actually need to mute the streamer. Oh, because you just want to see the game, you don't want to hear them, like, hyped up. I can understand that. Do I have a bookmark here? Alright, now I do. URI parse. URI parse. Okay, and I don't need the map anymore. Yay! My library is better. In that, at least. Run the test. Over-exaggerate emotions. Some people like that, you know? Some people get, you know, they feel like they're participating in the hype. So it's a matter of preference. So you'll probably find a lot of other streamers who under-exaggerate their emotions. Like, I've been in some streams where person's working or playing a game or whatever, and someone huge raids them. They're like, "Oh, we got raided." And there's other streams where someone gets raided and they're like, "Oh my god." And I think I'd prefer something in the middle. Neither of those two extremes. They're sort of cringy to me. But yeah, everyone has a different preference, I guess. Uh-oh, my bot just crashed? What's going on, bot? We got a server die, maybe? Server status, please. It didn't die. I think its connection to Twitch chat got reset. Interesting. Oh well. You're still working, right, bot? What are we doing today? Yeah, that's what we're doing today. Yeah, if I exaggerated emotionally, you would know I'm not being authentic. Okay. All right. Keyboard got moved around a little bit. All right. Parse this guy. Do I still need that reference there? I don't. That's cool. And then I don't need the map anymore. Run. Cool. More things working. I like things working. Get that, and I don't need the dereference because my code is better. Pass. Yay. Keep moving. Okay, so I don't need all this elaborate try from any either, right? I just do test vector user inf. It's going to be user info now, and then user info. Extra space? Do I have an extra space? Oh, how could I? Oh yeah, you're right. Thank you. Yeah, that stuff annoys me when I see it too. All right, username becomes user info. Okay, and this is a special one where we actually have a colon in the user info. Yes. Okay, now, oh, I have a space here too. What's wrong here? Oh, these need to be all binaries. And that's a U8. Run. Yay, barely legal ones pass. Hey there. Kuntoran? Is that how we say your name? And TS Just, how are you doing? I am back, the Rhymerino. And how come I didn't say hi to Everex? I must have thought that you've been here all along and I forgot to say hi. I'm doing fine, TS Joss. I'm trying to keep it chill and not get too stressed out by the streaming. Count Oren. Okay. Oh, okay, I mispronounced it, yeah. I am bad with pronouncing names that I haven't seen before. Cool, we're passing this test. Let's move on. Okay. What I'm doing is I have tests that pass with another crate called URI parse, and I am now switching them over to test my code, my implementation of URI. Okay, this one we hit something. Not implement. Okay, we need to implement something. Okay, we need to do the IPv6 addresses because there's one in there, right? Where were we? Go down. There we go. Okay, not this one. Wait, which one were we on? This one? Why did this one? Oh, because of that one? Interesting. It shouldn't have gone into there. It shouldn't have gone into IPv6. I wonder why it did. It should not have tried to validate it. Yeah, that shouldn't have happened. It should have been an invalid IPv4 future. It should have gone into here and have had okay. Hold on, trying to navigate around. That X should not have been, that X should be an illegal character, right? It should have gone into here and errored out. I want to see that happen, so let's go and run it in the debugger. Streaming stresses me out when I take it too seriously as far as trying to meet some kind of expectations or goals. So I felt that it was burning me out before I went on break. And so while I was on break and thinking about streaming again, I'm like, I like the streaming when it's not stressful. And so I need to try, that should be my new goal, is when I get back into the streaming to try to keep it from becoming stressful. Hey there, A squared. I'm not meaning to look at the disassembly, it's just getting me there in the debugger for some reason. Oh, did it hit there before it hit my breakpoint? Oh, let's rerun. Okay, so it's not hitting my breakpoint at all. We don't need that one. So it's never getting into this state at all. It should have gotten into that state when it saw my V. So like right there. Yeah, why is it not hitting that? What is the character? The character is unable to determine byte size. What? How about I restart? What is that character? It can't tell me what C is? Come on. Come on, bro. No need to stress or think. You need to reach all the goals. Most of just here for my soothing voice. So I could just talk about anything. I could talk about the migratory habits of squirrels. Debug is my friend. Yeah, but shouldn't the debugger tell me what C is if we're on that line? Let's see which place for, oh, here we go. It's iterating that string, right? I just don't know which character it's on. It's probably, if it got to here, it should be equal to V, but it's not. Interesting. Oh, wait. I think this is another instance like I saw yesterday where in the original C++, I did a bad thing where I didn't do a break between cases. I bet you that's what I did. Oh, yeah, look, missing break. Look at that. Break missing, alert. Hey there, Metal Storm. Did I hear about Nom? That sounds really familiar, Count Oren. Eating data byte by byte. Actually, I don't think I've seen this. What is it? Parser combinator library? It's interesting. Let me keep that to look at later. Thank you. We also had the reference to look at peg instead. Yeah, well, I found a bug in porting. But that's the point of my unit tests. So unit tests are proving their worth. That's your first point of my stream, so I will give you another point. There's another break missing above that one. Yeah, there are two of them. The one I caught yesterday. I think this one I caught yesterday, and the solution was just to eliminate that state completely. This one I have to think about. See if there's any more. No, see, there's no more. There's just this one we just hit right now, and then this one which I fixed yesterday by removing that state. So maybe I do the same thing, and maybe I remove this state. This state only exists to see if the next character is a V or not, right? So what if I just do the same thing in the Rust, if I just eliminate that state? Let's eliminate state IP literal. Because if that state only exists to look ahead the next character, then... Yeah. So all this talk about parsing and state machines and looking ahead, definitely if I didn't want to do this by hand manually, I'd look into something like nom or peg or another kind of parser generator. What can you do with points? You can't do anything with them, but I have been considering some kind of use for them coming up soon when I work on my overlay, because a lot of other streamers I see make the stream more fun and interactive and interesting by letting viewers do stuff with points. So right now you hoard them, but maybe in the future I'll let you play with the overlay somehow. The other use for it is when I make more progress in the game that I'm working on, you'll be able to use points in-game for things. And right now the way for me to see what points people have is to look at everybody and sort by points. So like the top point earner right now is Nui with 263 points. And frequent watchers of the stream have maybe between 10 and 20 or 30, and the people that contribute a lot tend to have like in the 50s or so. These top people, yeah, they're in a special class of their own. A squared, yeah, you have 121 points. Yeah, you've helped out a lot. Used to get to pet the cat. Yeah, I removed that stuff because I don't know. I just didn't. It didn't feel like it. I felt like it distracted too much from my work. Actually, the kitty is back. I can turn on his camera. There you go. Get your fill of the cat. Kitty, yes. He will join me on stream when he's sitting on his tower. I should adjust his mask. Hold on. His head's getting cut off. This is very important. I need to do this. You guys understand, right? It's very important. Flip. I need to open that up a little bit. Yeah, more cat. See more of that. There we go. Oh, I see what's going on. His head's overhanging the edge. So I don't want to show that. I guess I could adjust the camera a little bit, and then... Yeah, I'm bad at art. I don't know how to draw a nice circle. One of these days I'll put in the effort to do a better job at this. So right now it's totally like low budget. All right, there we go. Kitty looks clean. Yeah, he gets groomed, or the groomer trims him down every once in a while. Could buy a dragon in the future. That's a good idea. Like a dragon either as a pet or a mount or something. Yeah. So yeah, that's the general idea with the points in the stream, is that you'd be able to redeem them for things that you couldn't normally get in the game, or that would otherwise require a lot of grinding or whatever. There's a circle tool. Yeah, I know. I just don't know how the motivation to get better. Yeah, I know. You guys are all right. I need to get motivated to improve my paint skills. Draw ahead and wipe the details. All right, I need to eliminate this state. We get into the state only one way, right? Yeah, by if it starts with that, yes. So I could just expand on this initial thing, right? Because we're either going into IPv future or not, depending on if it starts with a V. Yeah, so why don't I just do a match? No. I can just put it inside of here. If host port string starts with V. Actually, what if I just do an else if else if chain? Then this is, okay, if it's V, it is IPv future number. And then false. Else if that, it is address. Else not. There we go. Hey, Endorn. Hey, look, best mod is here. Oh, right. Only in the test environment do we reveal that Endorn is the best mod. You're 30 seconds behind. Good thing I didn't ask you anything in the last 30 seconds. I've been raided. Who raided me? I didn't see the raid notification. Who raided me? And why didn't I see a raid notification? Hold on, I gotta look at my other dashboard, I guess. Team View Select rated me with a party of 1. Well, thank you, Team View Select. And hello. Oh, you know what? My stream helper disconnected from Twitch, it looks like. I gotta stop it and start it again. That's why I haven't seen a bunch of stuff. Twitch is acting up. Twitch is being Twitch. Alright. Don't forget to skip those characters, yeah. They remove raid notifications to raise fewer than 10? Oh, bummer. So I'm gonna have to, like, find a different way to know that, right? Why did they do that? Pet the cat. Must pet cat! Hey there, code environmentalist. So I'm gonna lose track of who I've graded and who I haven't because I had to restart my helper. Didn't I make this in C++? Yep, I did, and that's why I'm porting into Rust. You think you watched it on YouTube? Now you get to watch it again for Rust. Oh, thank you for the resub, Slickfur. That's very nice of you. You have been getting trolled a lot on my channel? Not really. Knock on wood. I don't think I've been trolled that much. I've seen other people get trolled more. Alright, so I got rid of that state, right? So we get rid of this. I do need to push that character in. So that has a side effect of pushing that in. So host has to be declared first. So we can push that initial V in there, and then we don't need this stuff, right? Alright, let's see if that fixes my test. Run that test again. Okay, we can allow that. You're struggling with Socket.io? I'm sorry to hear that. You've been getting a lot of trolls in your channel. You even made a bot developed automatically ban people with accounts less than 2 weeks old. Yeah, I have that. I've had to do that in the past too. And I don't ban them. My bot is set up to just time them out until their account is old enough. But I haven't needed to do that in a long time, so right now it's off. But I could turn it on. There's also a different philosophy that Chris Griffin has, where instead of just outright banning trolls, you try to figure out what do they really want, you know? And if they just want to disturb you, just don't let them. If they want attention, then maybe talk to them and see why do they want attention. You had to use the new Twitch Helix API, which is hard for you to use. Yeah, they made it a little. They put a few more of those in there. Yeah, let's try to keep the we'll allow that one for now, but let's keep it PG-13. You heard of the feature that you added to Yada, which currently is... Yeah, I saw you developing part of it, Endor, and I didn't quite understand exactly what you're doing. But automatically end bans users when their account gets... Oh, that's cool. So you... That's the equivalent of a 2-week timeout, right? A timeout is a temporary ban. Unless they've changed that too, and I don't understand it anymore. Who did I not greet? I greeted Endorn. Compressed message for certain users, e.g. Nightbot. Oh, because they tend to... Yeah, that's why my bot responses and my own responses, I don't put in the chat overlay up there. Yeah. I don't mind my own bot's messages in my... where I can see them. But yeah, I can see how some people might find that useful. Did I run this test? I just spaced out? Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Just want to know what rewards streamers have, and you can't. You have to ask the streamer, hey, can you trigger the channel points rewards you want to add access to? Oh, right, that the API, you can't tell what the tokens or what the ID codes are for the rewards. Yeah. Which language would you use for general purpose or for functional programming, ranging from servers to mem exploits? Probably C. I'd use C for that. Or C++, I guess, if you prefer that dialect. But then again, you know, I'm learning Rust and really like that, so maybe I'm biased. Made it initially for Adam's bot? Right, because a lot of people use that bot, yeah. Makes sense. No webhook or pub sub for hosts, you need to log in. Yeah, I don't like that either, that the Twitch APIs are so fragmented. Some things you can get with pub sub, some things you get with webhooks, some things you go through the API for. Some things are in the IRC like chat, but not everything is in one place. I wonder why I didn't just use regex? It's just, I prefer to do it the imperative approach, as someone earlier pointed out, rather than the declarative. It's just a personal preference, I think. Yeah, Twitch APIs. I don't understand why they're a mess, too. How hard can it be to just clean it up by adding what's missing? Are they really, like, understaffed that they can't do it? Or maybe they're just really worried about breaking things. Does Rust have the same power C++? I don't know about mem exploits. The thing is, Rust is designed to kind of guide you away from doing bad things in memory. So you might have to, like, disable some of the built-in Rust features or mark everything as unsafe in order to do that kind of stuff. I mean, think of Rust as like a very, very secure version of C. Or C++, I guess. Yeah, it's very hard to do bad things with memory with Rust. You have to, like, disable the safeguards. So that's why if you want to be really, really flexible with memory, I would just say do it in C. Yeah, exactly what A squared is saying. So you probably have a better time with C if you're going to play around with memory. All right, so I need to move on. I try to keep a balance between the streaming and the working. Their chat was going really, really fast there, so I might have missed stuff. If I did, sorry, let me know, and I'll get back to it. That's one of the hardest things streaming, by the way, is keeping a good balance between what you're doing on stream and then interacting with chat. And I try to keep a balance, but it's not always possible to do that, and it gets more stressful too. Okay, so yeah, I've switched. I'm using byte strings for hosts because they're allowed to contain non-UTF-8 sequences. Yes, okay, so run that. And it passes, yay. Add a channel reward, focus on code for 3 minutes at least. I would do that if I had a problem. If I knew that I had a problem getting too distracted. There are some channels I watch where it's a coding stream, but the streamers chat 95% of the time, and I don't mind because the chat is interesting. There are other ones where they just kind of get sidetracked and they never get back to their code, and I just kind of just move on when that happens. And there are other streams on the other end where they never interact with chat. I hate those because I feel like what's the point streaming if you're not going to interact with chat at all? But, you know, everyone's got different preferences. All right, so we're moving on. You know, and I don't mind if you don't like the balance of my stream. That, you know, there are plenty of other streamers out there. In fact, I'll plug them again. If you're into Rust and for some reason you don't click with my stream, check out other streamers in Team Rustations, for example. Did you say that your bot has a troll attack mode? No, but that sounds kind of Monka-esque scary. So probably we should be careful talking about that stuff. My philosophy is not to attack trolls, but to... it used to be I would just say, let's just ban them all. But these days, I'm kind of warming up to the idea that just try to find out what the trolls want. And maybe they want something that I can provide without having to ban them. Maybe they just want to be acknowledged. And say, okay, I acknowledge you, troll. Now could you please move on? Because sometimes so hard that we ban them. See, what I've encountered is some trolls, when you ban them, it just encourages them and it motivates them to try harder, and then it just becomes overwhelmingly annoying. Where if instead of banning them, we just kind of acknowledge, like, what do you want? You know, okay, you want a laugh? Okay, we'll give you a laugh, and then they move on. In the end, it's not as annoying in the long run. You know, but it depends. Everyone's different. The bot just messes with them and sometimes triggers them. Yeah. Sometimes you'll trigger them to leave. Sometimes you'll trigger them to be even more annoying. And then do you really want to spend all your time just fighting trolls? Like, what's the what do you want, and what's the long-term goal? What value do you get out of that? Maybe you like messing with trolls, then that becomes your stream. I mean, there's Kid Boga, whose entire stream is about messing with scammers, right? So I could imagine there might be streams whose entire goal is to be a honeypot for trolls and mess with trolls. I don't know. I haven't seen them, but that's not really what I want to do. You're so good at trolling that streamers keep you around as a mod. Excellent strategy, TS Just. Well, for me, it's backfired a bit, Team View Select. I've had it where trolls just get triggered to annoy me even more, and then it just gets way out of hand. I don't want to have to deal with that stuff. Okay, I have an error somewhere. Ah, it's right here. What am I doing? Oh, I don't want URI parse host trifum, do I? I just want to say that, don't I? But as a binary string? And then I don't need a reference there. Or no, I do need a reference there, right? And then what's the difference here? Ah, I want a reference. What is the type of normalized host then? Is it not a reference? It is a reference. So can I say that? No, why not? Oh, that's that slice issue. Yeah. Which I don't fully understand why, but sometimes I need to do that. Hey there, Rally Monkey. How are you doing today? Yes, TS Just is a moderator. So be nice to TS Just. Please be nice to the moderators. Setting in and hoping to get a little work done? Oh, nice. What are you working on? Will I stream more regularly now? I was AFK. Yeah, I was AFK the last... Yeah, like Lumicode said. I had a contract for a month and a half, and I just couldn't find the energy to stream and work. And I didn't want to get burned out. All right. I'm getting really distracted. I ran that and it passed. Okay. Focus. Ends in a dot. Yeah, I don't need all this stuff, right? We can just say it's some... And unfortunately, I have to do it this way, right? I have to slice it until I figure out how to not need to do that. Why the sad face, TS Just? All right. Parse from string, don't misinterpret colon and other... How do you like the long names for my test functions? Some people hate them. Hate those long names, but I love them. And I don't need a star in front. This should just work, right? You got no hi back from Rally Monkey? Well, Rally Monkey's setting in to do some work. Maybe they're distracted. There's a one troll that said he was a Twitch employee, so he abandoned to test the theory. Okay. That seems like an oxymoron to be a Twitch employee and a troll. Because Twitch doesn't like trolls. Anyway. Yeah, they probably weren't a Twitch employee then. Okay, so moving on. These are all erroneous URLs. Cool. We successfully flagged them as erroneous. Moving on. Ooh, this one's more elaborate. Okay, so for this I can fix this finally, right? Yeah. So I can actually put a space there that I want, and I can put... No. I can put a space here. That's what I want. These have to be B's. Oh, wait. These paths. I'm going to have to... hold on. Does my cat scratch me? No, he's really, really, really passive. Thomas Bra. And hello, by the way. My cat's like 16 years old. He's really passive. The only thing he does, besides eat and sleep and walk around occasionally, is he will meow very loudly when he wants something. And then it's my task to figure out what he wants. I don't always succeed. Should I make this a U8? Or do I need to make that a vector of vectors again and all that? Okay, so this will work again. I don't know if a Twitch employee would be able to unban themselves easily. Twitch is a larger company where you could have someone who's an employee and their job is to do like public relations or something. They might not have access to unban themselves. If you didn't have a badge by their name, then yeah. If they don't have the staff badge, then yeah, the wrench badge, they're probably not an employee. Yeah, my cat's 16 years old, yeah. He looks soft, but yeah, well actually he is pretty soft. He's getting old. Staff is above moderator, right? I thought staff had moderation rights. Yeah, there used to be another set of global moderators, but they got rid of that because I think it was underutilized, or they didn't want to. The support, the effort to support that was more than they were getting out of it. Okay, I do need to unwrap. Yes. Hold on. Why am I doing it this way? Oh, because I wrote this wrong. Okay, so this should just be path. I could be wrong about the staff having mod rights, but yeah, they got rid of the global moderators, but I don't know if they got rid of it from the API. The API docs might be a little old still. Okay, I'm looking at the wrong class. That's what I'm doing wrong. This should be URI parse. So then we don't have a normalize. Exists for backwards compatibility? I guess that makes sense. So you'll just never see one, probably. You're thinking about getting a dog. A lot of people are adopting them. Well, it makes sense. They're isolated, right? Dog would help keep them company. There's a wait at some shelters and rescues? That's hard to believe. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, that's sad. But it happens. They don't live as long as we do. All right. Okay, so the type of this is a vector. What is this what was I trying to do with this normalize? I need to look at what I had in C++ then. Barely legal. Path barely legal. Right, so these are like corner cases for different paths. Like having parentheses in there, having a space in there, having an exclamation point. Oh, thank you for the follow. Having an @ sign in there. Okay, so what was I doing here? Oh. So I don't need this normalize at all. And the difference here is that one's a vector and one's not. Well, I could just bring this back and put that here. And then I just have to fix this up. Oh, this is going to be difficult, isn't it? Okay. this cumbersome syntax again, right? Yeah. I'm gonna regret doing this, aren't I? I'm gonna regret this. That's okay. See if I can get the type right. Otherwise, maybe I'll punt this for later until I fix this garbage. Okay, yes. So I do want this. Okay, cool. Oh no, wait a minute, it's still wrong. No. I need a lifetime parameter. Can I do static there? Okay, cool. Good, good, good. I was really worried that I wouldn't be able to figure that out. Okay. So that becomes an at square bracket at b. I should either make a helper for this or I should just let it handle strings. Okay, good. What's my project about? It is the long-term goal is to just develop software for whatever I feel like working on. And one sort of focus point I have is to make this game that I've been working on. But recently I've gotten really interested in programming in the Rust language. And this game that I've been working on doesn't use Rust. And so I'm working on sort of porting this and that, different pieces, so I can do more of this game in Rust. So like today and the last couple of days, I've been working on one of the fundamental library building blocks that I have parses URLs, or URIs, and the one I use in my game is in C++, so I'm porting it to Rust. So there's that and a few other things like WebSockets, HTTP parsing. That allows me to build up like web server, web service endpoints. So if I could do that stuff in Rust, I'd be really happy. Hey there, Crumpet. Yeah, Beast would wave, but he's asleep. All right. Yeah, I'm not happy about this gross syntax right here. But, you know, I'm going to live with it for a little bit and just kind of ignore the grossness. Okay, that I have in the wrong place. There we go. I'm gonna power through this and maybe come back and clean this up later. The problem is that it's cumbersome to express a static lifetime array of arrays of bytes. It's a lot easier to do it with strings and string slices, but bytes is a pain because you have to have the B symbol in there, and for some reason I have to actually slice every literal. If I don't slice the literals, it complains that they are sized and not unsized. And I don't know if it's something I'm doing wrong or just some syntax sugar that's missing for bytes as opposed to strings. A byte arrays as opposed to strings. Yeah, sorry for the mess. I'm just powering through this to get this done, though. Ugh. And it's really bad that it extends so far. Oh no, what did I screw up now? Oh, not this problem again. Temporary value dropped while borrowed. Why does it think that they are temporary? Is it that this is not technically a literal? The slice is temporary. Yeah, but how if this was str there and we just replaced all of these with that and got rid of all of these, then that works, right? So what's the difference? What kind of magic does str have that array of U8 doesn't have? I guess that's the part that I don't quite get. And the fact that I have to slice it at all, I don't like. I would like to be able to say that. But it doesn't like that because now it thinks that they have to be a specific size. What if I get rid of this? What happens? It doesn't like that. Why? Yeah, that's why I have the reference, so it doesn't have to know the size. Something about slices I don't get. Oh wait, I'm missing a few things there. Maybe that's the problem. I'm missing these. No, that wasn't it. Was it? No, I totally screwed this up. Undo. There, I fixed that problem. I think I'm gonna punt on this. It's frustrating me. Punt. Fix later. Fix this test. Yeah, punting for now. Again, trying to make the stream more chill, less stressful. If I run into a problem, I'm just going to punt it and come back to it later. All right. Yeah, these are all erroneous. Yep, cool. Back to making progress. Thank you, A squared. Maybe that will help me out. Maybe I just need to go review slices. Let me get back to that in a bit. Oh, the kitty's awake. I can see him moving around. Means he probably is going to jump down in a bit. Okay, query strings. We can do this one. This isn't so bad. So I don't need all the try-froms or the unwraps. These do need to be binary strings, though. All right, run that. Okay, one of them is different. I don't see where, though. Okay. Let's put this into test index, comma. Test vector in test vectors. Iter. Enumerate. And then put this back to the form where we print out the test index. Then run it. So which vector it was? It was the 3, so the fourth one. Oh, this one, yeah. So this we really do have a space there because I don't have that shortcoming of URI parse. There we go. Now we pass. Thinking I can replace address, a binary string foo slice with just foo. I tried that, and the problem is that it thinks that they all have to be the same size. So if I you're saying just remove all of these, right? And just say that. Then it's okay if they're the same size. Like if I do that, this one. I don't know why they didn't like that one. Yeah, like, so it's going to say that is a size 1 and not a size 0. It expected another empty string there. Like, it would work if they were all empty. Okay, but then there's the other problem. The type is mismatched. Yeah, so it thinks that they all need to be a specific size. That's why I had to slice it again. And I guess the problem is when I slice it again, they become temporary. Without at before the B? Okay, I can try that. And without the at. Okay, we'll try this. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Whoops. Too many matches. Gotta try that again. Yeah, again, it has a problem there where the sizes don't match. It just doesn't like it expects the size to be the same in all of the strings. Like that. Yeah. So, yeah, it's something different between str and array of bytes. I'll get back to it and get better at it later. I need more Rust foo. Need to get better at Rust to understand what the heck I'm doing. All right. Another link? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I guess I need to review the Rust book. I'm probably just doing something silly. Because I get, you know, I worked, the contract I did for the last month and a half was all Microsoft Dialect C++. So, you know, I lost a lot of the Rust habits I had been picking up. Okay, good, good. These are all passing, I like that. Okay, so this can just be fragment. And we can put the space back into the fragment. They all have to be binary strings. Run the det test. Yay, pass. Okay, moving on. Parser string paths with percent encoded characters. Will do. Right, so there is no segments. The segment should be just one segment, and then I don't need to normalize. Which means it doesn't need to be mutable anymore. All right. Okay, here I can put back those strange characters, right? Because we will happily do percent decoding. Yay, it passed. I wish it was more prominent. That this okay should be in like big, bold green. Or maybe this one. I'm mostly relying on not seeing red. All right, moving on. Oh, I haven't implemented this yet, I think. So we're going to hit another unimplemented. I don't think the normalize was on the path. How did I do this before? Oh, it was mutate the URI itself. All right. So it would be URI dot normalize path. And then I don't need this. I'm going to run into the same problem about arrays of byte slices again, aren't I? Let me avoid that issue for now. I'll write the code, but I'm not going to fill in what it's going to be. Did my stream just go down for a little bit? I dropped 87 frames somewhere. I don't know. Okay, so this doesn't need to do all this junk, right? This can just be that. And this can just be path, right? Hold on, what was I doing? URI. This should just be URI.path. And then what do I have this check for is absolute? I don't know why I have that. Let's get rid of it, I think. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Comma goes there. Yeah, here's where the type isn't going to match. And I'm going to end up doing that. And I'm going to have trouble with these segments here. Let's get rid of is absolute. Comma is absolute. Get rid of all of these. Okay, so yeah, this is going to be a pain in the butt, isn't it? You know, I'm not even going to mess with this. I'm just going to keep it in. This is as close as I'm going to get it, and I'm going to fix it later. To do, fix this test. Or am I using static lifetimes for the attributes of your test vector? Because... Actually, a good question. I think because I didn't know what other lifetime to put there. It needed a lifetime, and I didn't have another one. Since you could just let lifetime inference work. It complained about... I can try one of these smaller ones. It complained about not being able to infer the lifetime somehow, for some reason. So if I remove the lifetime... Yeah, it complains about missing lifetime specifier. Byte string literals from that to that. Huh. So you're saying I could just make the structure generic? Okay. Yeah, okay. This is getting into uncomfortable territory for me where I really don't know what I'm doing. So you're saying that I can make this generic on some lifetime. Actually, that worked. Did you just hand me the solution? That would be cool if you just did hand me the solution and it just works. Hey, look at that. It worked. Okay. Yeah, this means it's generic over some lifetime A, right? So, yeah, when this was static, it didn't work, right? It would say that it is a temporary value dropped while borrowed. And it had no recommended fix. So, what I'm missing is how do I get the intuition to make it generic on some lifetime? And then once I gain that intuition, then how do I clean up this? Like, can I then remove the... No, I can't remove these because we'll be back to having the size problem, right? If I try to remove these, it's back to these needing to be all known size. So I still need to slice them, right? I assume that these, since these are all literals, that it would have static lifetime. But it's because I'm having to do the slicing and I don't quite understand how that works that they become temporaries and not static, right? Okay, so thank you for that. I don't know how to say your name right. Or I've forgotten. Narajera? Hello, and let me give you a point. And then, who else happened to help me there? That was it, right? Start from the initial code and initial error. You want to use a reference to a string slice and the compiler wants to know the lifetime. Yeah, where I get tripped up is I think I need to review slices. I don't understand them completely. And that was causing it to become a temporary, right? If this was just a string there, I don't think I need any of these lifetimes at all. Right, I can remove all of these. Or make them static, actually. These can all be static if these are not binary strings. So if I like got rid of the slicing here and got rid of the fact that they're binaries. this line just works. The problem is when I start making the binaries, all of a sudden it says, oh, they're not the same size. And so, okay, my solution to that, not knowing exactly what I'm doing, is to slice them and then borrow that slice. And then they're no longer static, which now requires me to make the structure generic over that. And then turn these into U8s, obviously. No idea about why slicing trips up the compiler, though. Help the compiler is specifying that the string will need to live as long as the parent vector. Yeah, I'm not confident in my understanding of that or about slices yet. I think when generic arrays hit, this would be a lot easier. Yeah, I don't know. I need to go back and learn slices, and maybe just to make this less cryptic, maybe I make a helper where instead of dealing with this directly, maybe we construct this from strings, because these can all be constructed from strings. There's nothing non-UTF-8 about them, right? So I could just make the whole thing a string. I need at the interface level this path to return bytes, because it's possible to have non-UTF-8 bytes sequences in a URI. It simply is true, right? You would percent encode them when you make it into a string, but internally they're not really strings. They're not really Rust strings. They are byte sequences. So at the interface level, I need that. But I could have a convenience method where if we're dealing with UTF-8 compliant paths, we could have like a URI path as string or something like that, and maybe you would have to unwind it or something, or unwrap it, because maybe it's fallible if it's not UTF-8 representable. So I think that's what I'm leaning towards, is for the purpose of these tests to make them readable, that I use some kind of helper that is fallible, that we unwrap, and then we can have more convenient strings here that we can read. Museum has a cheat sheet. Oh, cool. I like cheat sheets. Thank you, Narajera. Again, as a section about str strings and bytes. Yeah, I'll have to review that stuff. Yeah, Museum is an awesome streamer. He's in my list for Rust too, by the way. He's usually streaming random Rust projects. Okay, well, I'm grateful. I'm glad we got that one actually working, because I hate tests that are commented out. Wasn't there another simpler one? Oh, we can re-enable this vector, right? This one should work. No, why not? We can't enable that one? Why not? Oh, do I have a bug in my code then? It thought that was a valid URI, but it's not. I think that's why this actually exists. This test. Don't misinterpret. Don't misinterpret. Yeah, I have that vector in there. It's the same, right? Oh, is it that it didn't parse correctly? It failed the is okay assertion, so it doesn't think that this is valid. Okay, I would like to debug that. Can I just hit debug and we'll hit that assert? Yes, okay. Oh, but we hit it too late, right? Yeah. We'll have hit it after it's already tried to parse it, so this will have a... Wait. Why am I able to look at the... I think this is garbage. Looks like garbage to me. It should say that URI is... I wonder if it's because I'm shadowing things. It says it's an error, yeah. All right. Not that literals need to be static, it's that you have to a slice of them. Auto mods being a little bit too aggressive with that. That's starts with that we messed. Yeah, I probably broke it then. You're probably right. I probably broke the parsing of that. I just need to step through it and find what I did wrong. Let's get rid of that breakpoint. I'm gonna put a bookmark here. Let's get rid of my other bookmarks. I don't need them. Here. And then right here, right? Let's go to that. Debug. Okay, verify we're in the correct one. Authority string is that one, yes. So we're parsing that. Okay, so push the V. We go to IPv future number. So is the character a hex digit? It's not a hex digit. Oh, I didn't advance it enough. That's the problem. Yeah, I need to advance it. I need to skip past the V. Yeah. So do I put a dummy state where we skip the V? I think so. Yeah. IPv future. Yeah, I need to have... It's not the number, it's the future version, I guess. Or future V. Sure. Let's do that. And that's just a dummy state to pass that V. Actually, I can put that side effect in that state, now that I think about it. Yeah, so hosting parse state that. So we can just drag that line in. Then there's no side effect there, which is nicer. It goes there. And then we move to this state next. This can be a character, I guess. Is that what that's telling me? Actually, are we skipping... Am I skipping the bracket? That might be a problem, too. Yeah, the fall-through... The fall-through didn't advance the iterator. It was... Yeah, it's because I removed some old states. Because I removed states, it no longer advances. I'm going to have the same problem with the bracket, aren't I? How is a bracket not getting removed? Oh, wait, it's because we just don't insert it. Yeah, so this should still work, right? Wait, no. Isn't it going to encounter the open bracket first? Yeah. Oh, now I hate what I did with my state machine. Yeah, at some point I should expand what that means. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is going to break my test. The test is still going to be broken. Yeah. All right, so Shoot, I didn't leave a bookmark back here. There we go. Bookmark, before I forget again. Actually, can't I just make this host port string mutable? Where is host port string? Here it is. I could just cut off those characters. That would simplify it a bit. Two ... right? And I can even do it here too. And then I actually don't need that. I can go I don't need that extra state. I can put that side effect back in here. And then put it back to number. Get rid of that extra state. Now this state machine is always eating one character. And we're not skipping or doing two in one state, in one loop, because we can't. Because it's constrained to one character at a time now. Maybe that would work. Yeah, okay. I feel like I should run all my tests to make sure. So let's run all the tests. They all passed. Okay, good. I didn't break anything else. Oh my goodness. Thank goodness I have these unit tests. Okay, we can fix this one. This is another one of those small ones that had that problem, right? So, the lesson was to put this back to a generic lifetime. These all live the same lifetime, and this is back to being a array of arrays. And then, yeah, that works. I ate the line that said test. Now I can run it again. Oop. One of these is wrong. This one's wrong? Aha! No, it's the other way around. No, hold on. Because I had these backwards. It's this one that didn't match. It ended up being empty. Oh, right. It's supposed to be empty. I only had to change that to conform to what URI parse thinks it should be. Path corner cases. Yeah, it should have been empty string. Yep. There we go. Yeah, I have a distinction between empty string path and a path that just has a slash in it. That is a marker that says it's basically an absolute path. Whereas the URI parse will keep the slash in there. Yeah. Only the outer array needs to be that lifetime? So you're saying that this can be doesn't need to be anything? No, it needs to have some kind of lifetime. You could say I can have a static though, right? And I could probably put static here too, right? Yeah, thank you, Nathaniel Mumpo. I'd rather do it that way, saying that it's just the lifetime of this is different from static. It's closer to the truth, right? This, I could still say A here, it's just looser, right? That could be, less constrained. Static still fits there, but this would allow things that don't live as long. This one says it has to be live for the duration of the program, right? A is less constrained. Well, it depends on your perspective, right? This allows me to build it, but I don't want to allow these two ones to be built at runtime. I want them to be literals. I want them to be literal. So I'm basically saying these things all have to be literals. But the overall array here is not necessarily a literal. Actually, why I don't need the 2vec anymore, right? Yeah, I didn't need the 2vec. And I didn't need to slice the outer array either. Cool. So in the other cases where I had to do this, this could be static, and this could also be static, and I don't need to slice the outer array at all. Yeah. There we go. It works. Yeah, it makes sense that it would be in the data section. All right, so where am I now? Oh, these we can allow now. Yes, we can allow these now. Another bug. Except for these need to be binaries. Yep, passes. Cool. Alrighty. Okay, that's the next test, I guess. I'm skipping this huge one for now. All right. Oh, they don't have them comparable yet. Yeah, I need to implement that trait, right? And I don't have normalize yet. Let's do both. Compare, yeah, I need to have normalize path. And I need to make them comparable. Let's do the path one first. N comes from 4p. I remember my alphabet. So it goes right here. Mute self. Unimplemented. And then the trait itself, I guess we put it after this impl block. So it would say impl partial equal for URI. And then I'm going to use, where is it, this guy. Implement missing members, there we go. Oh, your RAM is at half speed? What are the must-use comments about? The must-use comments, I'll show you what happens if I comment it out. You get a warning from Clippy that, that's not the right warning. Wait. Oh, because that needs to be marked pub. Yeah, you get a warning from Clippy that says, this method could have the must-use attribute, and for further information, visit that link. And if we visit that link, which I'll put in chat. I mean, I did this myself the other day, right? I didn't know why it was giving me that warning. So it says, the lint only checks the arguments for mutable types without looking to see if they're actually changed. On the other hand, it also ignores a broad range. Oh, wait, I'm reading the wrong thing. I'm sorry. Sorry. You're supposed. This basically says you should look at this attribute, right? I don't think they explain it the best, but this example kind of explains it better. If you had a function called 5 that returned an integer, and you called it and didn't do anything with the return value, you might want the linter to warn you that you didn't do anything with the return value. So that's what the must-use attribute does. It flags the function for the linter so that if you were to call the function and not use the return value, you'll get a warning. If you don't have the must-use attribute, then you don't get a warning if you were to call the function and not use the return value. So that's my interpretation of all this mess, which is explained here. So it's basically a way for us to say this is one of our publicly available functions that users of the library, consumers of the library, are going to call this. If they call this function and they don't use the return value, then give them a warning. And the text of the warning will include whatever string we put here, which I thought was sort of humorous. So I started putting bad jokes in my must uses. Yeah. I'm actually grateful that you guys ask that, that new people coming to the stream ask that, because I don't think I have a good ready-made answer for that. And so this is helping me practice that I can relate to chat what that means and why we use it. So I thank you for giving me the practice. Yeah, wouldn't you need to go for the RAM question? Wouldn't you need to go into the BIOS or the whatever the new BIOS is called? Anyway, the boot settings, and it would tell you what speed it's running it at, right? And it would probably also have diagnostics to verify that. UFI, that's what it is. Yeah, thank you. The UFI or BIOS settings ought to have a way to show you what the actual clock speed of the memory is. But the thought that came to me right when you asked the question, I saw it, was perhaps you have the RAM sticks in the wrong slots. Like I know in the past when I build machines, you have to be really careful about what slots you put the RAM cards in. If you put them in the wrong slots, it could still partially function, like either at a reduced space or reduced clock rate. So you have to like pair them in a correct way. But I think modern PCs now, they just won't even boot right. They'll refuse to boot if you have them plugged in wrong. But I remember in the past, like you could still plug them in, but it would sort of operate in a crippled way, like at a lower clock speed. So that's what I thought of. Anyway, partial equal. So actually, can't I just derive partial equal? Yeah, why don't I just derive partial equal for now? I might have to implement it myself. We can derive it for now, right? And we'll have to, because it has an authority in here, we'll need to derive partial equal here too. Maybe that would be enough. No, it's not enough. Doesn't implement debug. Oh, well, we can fix that. We can derive that too. There we go. Fixed. Must use is mostly useful for functions returning things like result, like there's nothing in the OK result variant, so the user is likely to ignore it. But they should check it for the error. Yeah, exactly. Good explanation, Silmuth. All right, so running that, it's gonna hit my normalize, which is unimplemented, right? There we go. So we got to implement that. Good thing I have the C++ implementation of that. Here. All right, so this implements an algorithm. So I might as well copy the comment too to say that. All right, and copy the code. And port the code. I'm probably going to be taking a lunch break in the next hour. Hey there, lazy guru. I'm not sure how to conduct the lunch break. Like, do I leave you guys on a BRB screen for 20 minutes? I don't have a special scene for lunch. Build the path one segment at a time, removing and applying special navigation segments as we go. All right, so then we are letting the path equal the self dot path, right? So that will move it out. So then we'll need to have self dot path equal vector new. That's the equivalent of that. Okay, so I guess we have a flag called at directory level. And it starts out at false but changes, and then looks like we're just iterating through all the segments. So we just say for segment in path. Remove the excess parentheses. We're handling these special cases up here. What does it not like about that? Oh, because this should be binary. But this also does a move, right? I didn't have to do a take. Take is for options, right? My understanding is that when you just do an assignment and you're not doing assignments with references, that is a move, right? We're moving. So if I tried to use self path, like if I did debug self.path, I'll get a compiler warn. I should get a compiler error about that because we've moved it. How come it's not giving me one? Maybe it's because there are other errors down here. What if I do that for now? And then say it's unimplemented. You see how I get these errors now? Wait a minute, cannot move out of self-path? Oh, because it doesn't know how to, like, what it should be before, like, what should be there after the move. Yes. So, I guess you're right. Do I have to do a take? No, a take only works with an option. I can't actually move it like that. But I can do a swap, can't I? So, like, let path equal vec new, and then I can say, this is a mute, path.swap with, oh, that's not what I want. Isn't there a swap? What's my take on that old question, should you be a deep generalist? What does that mean? People who combine their expertise in different fields thereby creating a unique niche for themselves. I don't know. I've been gravitating to be more of a specialist in the things that I like doing, not a generalist. Oh, thank you, Silmith. Yeah, I was struggling for what is that in Rust. Just saying it's no, that's but there should be a swap, right? Take would be to just move it and have the thing left behind. What if I just want to swap path with self path? There should be a way to do that, right? Rust swap two variables. Is it mem swap? Wait, what? Oh, I can do that way with a tuple? Huh. Yeah, standard mem swap. So I don't have to say the standard part, do I? I do. Swap. And it needs to borrow mutably. There we go. I can, yeah, I don't know what I was trying to illustrate with that. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. This is what I really want, though. I want to form a new path and have path be the old one. Yeah, that's what I really want. All right. Yeah, so to continue answering Marco Dev's question, I find myself more, I used to think of myself more as a generalist, but these days thinking of myself more as a specialist in the things I enjoy doing. So I enjoy doing like implementing standards and writing things from scratch. So understanding things deeply, more in the areas that I'm interested in, like internet standards, the stuff I've been doing for paid work, like audio and video stuff. In that case, you could just have let path equals standard mem take. Yeah, but then what would be left over in the old self path then? If I just take it out, what would be left behind? A default value? I guess would a new vector be the default value? What's the default? What's vector default? Oh, there's a vector default. Is vector default and vector new give you the same thing? Okay, so it would be equivalent. I kind of like it being more explicit like this than to do mem take. If you know, because I could actually do something different here and say it's foo if I wanted, right? And then that would work. Why not? Oh, probably because of the rest of this junk. No, this is still a problem. Oh, this slice junk again, right? No? That's what self-path is. No, it's not. Oh, right. Vector of segments. Yes. Tvec. There we go. Explicit without swap would be let path equals replace. Okay, that's a good alternative. I like that, Silmeth. And Bazaar was trying to tell me that from the beginning. Give you a point. I guess I'm just... I didn't like the idea of... oh, yeah, you did tell me mem swap, which is what I ended up doing. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't see that. I should pay more attention to my VIPs. So yeah, the alternative to that would indeed be what you said, right? It would be... well, an alternative to those two lines would be let mute path equal standard mem replace mute self path with vec new. That would be equivalent to that. Which one do I like better? Well, equivalent to that, really. Which one do I like better? I actually kind of I think I prefer that better because it's one line. And it sort of makes sense left to right. Let this path be replacing... When we replace this path with a new one, we get back out the previous one. In fact, I should probably even use the same name, right? I called it old path or something. No, let's just leave it. There we go. Heckcam? Heckcam. I don't get the joke. Mr. Balrog, you have the best jokes, but sometimes I just don't understand them. Okay. For segmented path, if it's a dot where at the directory level is true. What does that flag mean? Oh, that it's a directory element. Yes. So whenever we see actually I don't know what that means. What does that directory level mean? There's a directory level context, and I'm not sure what I meant by that. An empty segment marks a transition to a directory level context. Maybe I should be looking at the remove dot segments routine that they have in the RFC. Maybe they have such a variable. This is that isn't it? No. Begins. They don't use this directory context either. Makes me think that this is it's a code smell to have this variable at all. Because they specify it slightly differently. They just say if it begins with a dot to remove it. We are removing it simply by not putting it into the new path, but we're also setting this flag for some reason. I guess it comes down to where do we use it? Do we use it here? Where's the variable red? It's red right here. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why do we need it? I think it has to do with the fact that I have split it into segments, and then I have the concept of an empty segment, which means to go, which is the replacement for a trailing or a leading slash. I think it has to do with this if any part. Yeah. Too complex? It's trying to implement this algorithm, right? They refer to this algorithm as the remove dot segments routine. So they provide pseudocode, but it's not really even pseudocode. It's all an explanation in English. If they had it in pseudocode like they did before, I could just port their pseudocode. But they don't. It's just explained in English. To remove useless directories, I wrote that it has to do with what? An empty segment marking a transition to a directory level context. Yeah, it has to do with the trailing. I'm pretty sure it has to do with the preceding or trailing slashes. These weird rules, like you can have dot slash or you can have slash dot slash. Yeah. Anyway, maybe I'll just not stress about it too much. I know the code works. I can maybe put a to do in here. Let's put a to do in here. To do. The at directory level variable's purpose is not very clear and seems to be and is a bit of a code smell. This probably means we should refactor this. Yeah, but I'm not going to do it right now. Well, this whole algorithm is to remove the well, to apply the dot and dot dot segments, right? We're normalizing the path. So we're like popping things off if there's a dot dot, and we're just dropping the dot, but it has this significance where we're in two different contexts. So we start off in the false context, but if we see a dot, we go into the true context, and that context determines if we push if an empty segment needs to be, basically a slash needs to be added when we see it. It has to do with the fact that I encode the segments in a funny way. So the way I encode a slash is an array with an empty segment, right? So I walked through this yesterday. Like that would go to that. Like a slash A would go to empty and then A. An A slash goes to A and then an empty. And then an A slash B would just go to an AB. So the slash itself normally doesn't appear as a segment. The segments are the things around the slashes, but in order to tell the difference between like a slash and a, which is just a, the presence of a leading or trailing slash is an empty string either at the front or the end there, right? It's these special cases, and I guess this one too. So let me group them together. The oddball cases, right? These are the oddball cases where the presence of this slash either at the beginning or the end has to be represented somehow, and I chose to represent it as an empty string, an empty segment. The side effect of that, I think, is that I have to have this special context variable to detect that. If we don't have a leading or trailing slash, it's very straightforward. It's just the result of splitting the string on slashes, right? So this is probably a code smell. Probably a better way to do it might be, instead of encoding a leading or trailing slash with an empty segment, maybe I have a flag off to the side of the path that says has leading slash or has trailing slash. You can actually have both. If you had slash a slash, you get empty a empty, right? So to keep these distinctly represented in an array of segments, I did that little hack. But I think that's leading to us having to have that, especially when we're dealing with resolving, dots and dots. So I'm going to keep it in there as a code smell. Maybe I should say there's two things that are probably true. This probably has something to do with the fact that we represent leading and trailing separators, path separators, using empty string segments, using empty segments. We should probably refactor this. Conclusion. Should probably refactor this. There we go. Leave that as one paragraph. There we go. Okay, remove the last path segment if we can navigate up. So if the path isn't empty, looks like I have a helper function I need to add. Wait a minute. That has no parameters, so what context does it have? That, I need to look at what I was doing there. What is that doing? Oh, it's actually looking at the path. Okay. So let's have it take the path then. If we can navigate path up one level, then it's just pop, right? What's the warning here? The if can be collapsed. How so? Try. Oh, I see. Yeah, sure. We just need to define this method and I will implement it later. This borrows a vector of vectors of U8s. Unimplement. So why I actually start off with unimplemented is once I get through getting all my tests to pass, I'm going to go look through, and if I have any unimplemented functions, it means I don't have any tests that actually tests it. So I'm doing that on purpose. Like, I'm not being lazy for no good reason. I'm being lazy leaving this unimplemented because I want to make sure I actually have a test case that hits it. Okay, where was I with that though? Here. All right. It's going to tell me I don't need these parentheses, isn't it? Is empty. I mean, I can get with the Rust program. They don't like having this extra parentheses. That's fine. So this should just be push, right? And then is. And then we're cool. up to this point. This point, it's a little bit too complex, and I want to keep my parentheses. Unused parens. And then these become is empty. Push. Little Stew Dragon, 20 months? Wow, that's 2 resubs messages in a row. So I must have started streaming right on your resub boundary. Thank you for the 20 months. Wow. That's a year and 8 months. Oh, that's a good test vector. I should add that. Thank you, Mr. Balrog. Yeah, we should add that test vector. Thank you. One would call that TDD. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to stick to some semblance of TDD. Is slash a valid segment? It's a valid path. It's not a segment, though. What's the max? It would be however long I've been a sub. Well, it says 1 year. How do I know how long I've been subbed? Yeah, I'm probably missing something or driven. Hello. What's it? Followage? I'm not following myself. 27. Thank you. That's the maximum possible. Yeah. How long I've been streaming. When I hover over my sub badge, it says 1 year. But I'm using Yada. I'm not using the built-in chat. Yeah. I can also click. Will it show me in Yada? No. Yada doesn't have these features. It's not perfect. Okay. Not bad thinking. Test coverage checking by panics. I want to test things by the panics. By any test. Well, either a panic or the presence of an unimplemented macro after I've done getting all the tests to run. Oh, thank you, A Squared. What the green grape say to the purple grape? Breathe, damn it, breathe. There we go. That's the Mr. Balrog I expected. Yeah, I was missing that. All right. We cannot push that, but we can push that. Why not? Ew. Tuvek. Okay. Actually, this would be better said to just be new. All right, so then there is no back in a vector. Is there a last? There is a last. But last we'll probably need to unwrap. That's why we have this empty check. Actually, if this checks for empty by nature of being fallible, maybe I can just, maybe this and this is redundant. Maybe better to say if, hold on. I'm inspired to try to be more idiomatic here. Exactly, exactly. You beat me to it. You're exactly right. It's path dot last dot is some. But it also has to be not empty itself, right? So it has to be both something and not an empty. That's the part I'm missing. Like, I could be redundant again, but I still have to unwrap. How do I combine those two? There's got to be a way to do that, right? Like with a match, with a let. Can you say like let some that equal that, and I'm descending into pseudocode here, and say not segment is empty. There's got to be a way of saying that, right? You can't chain lets like that. I was totally like trying to think in Rust, but like express what I want to say. I could do a match, right? What if I did this way? Match, and then I say make a tuple here. Path.last. What if I say true, comma, sum segment, and not segment is empty. And then otherwise, nothing. Can I do it that way? And then this goes here, right? Do I have to say like ref or something like that? Oh, right. It's the if. Yeah, thank you. I can tell I'm like almost got it, and you guys are like, please, you almost have it, when I start to get a lot of feedback in chat about it. I'm handing out points for people trying to help me. Can't combine if-lets with other conditions. You can with the magic of patterns, though. In the match arm, yeah. This is why match arms can be really cool. I can do really crazy stuff like that. It would be cool if I could do away with that arm. That arm is sort of useless, right? I mean, this is a very nice way to specify it, too. It's like, looking at these two things, if this is what we get, then do that. You use vec as well. That seems cleaner than new. Oh, okay. Yeah. Like that. Thank you. I do need to get into that habit. What happened up here? Oh, yeah. I suppose we need to do that before we do that. Because in C++, the pushback actually makes a copy, and here we're actually moving it. And probably this is an issue too. Yeah, we moved it. Where did we move it? Moved on 316. Oh, it got moved into the segments. I see. Really, I want to construct a new path from this old path. Oh, I know what I did wrong. These should be self.path. That's why. We're building into self path, not path. Yes. Self path. See, Rust is helping me out. I just have to, I need to evaluate that before I push the segment in. I want to use the old value of that, of the Boolean, before I push, but I need to compute the new value before I push as well. You can mix match arms with other conditions, but not if-lets. You only care about one variant. But I can't do that in an if-let, can I? I can't do that in an if-let yet. Create a new variable, yeah. I guess I was trying to think of how to do it in a Rust foo kind of way, but you're right. I can say at, well, new at directory level equal this, and then that equals that. There. That seems clumsy to me. Anyway, it works probably. Should run the test and see. Did I bother to make a bookmark? I did not. Oh, I have another compiler error anyway. Where are you, compiler error? Oh, it's right here. Self.path. And I don't need that. Yay. All right. So then where's my test for this? I should have marked it. It was where I called normalize. Right? Here. Run the test. Nope, didn't work. I am in the United States. I'm in Southern California, more specifically. Oh, there's something not implemented. Oh, I do need to implement this. I think that was a very small one though, right? It was just this. Okay, the is path absolute was this part. Let is path absolute equal. Actually, this could be simplified the way I did it before, right? This could be path dot first dot no, it was with the match, right? Hold on. Sorry, I'm jumping around. Let me put a bookmark here before I forget where I am. And then go back to my other bookmark. It was here, right? Yeah, this one. Whoops, how did I get there? I hit the wrong key. Paste. Yeah, it was just this, right? If path, match paths first. If it's some segment, if segment is, path is not empty and the first, so it's some segment and it is empty. Then, well, this is let is path loop equal. And it's true. Otherwise it's false. We can just say true here, right? Thank you for the follow. Did I miss some chat? Yeah, it was a match. Yep. But is empty in a var and use that in all compares? Yeah, I mean, there are other ways to do this. I'm trying to do it in a more Rust idiomatic way. I might not be doing it the best way. There are probably other ways to do it, maybe even some better ways. So I don't need that. So this just gets reduced to this then, right? Hold on, this could be incorporated into this then, and I don't need this variable at all. So actually, if we're going to be returning true for that, this should just return true. If it's absolute path, then if we have more than one segment, yeah, so then it's path dot, instead of size, it's length, right? Greater than 1. That would be it, right? Does that make sense? That's no semicolon. And what is it telling me here? It's probably telling me I could use a slice, right? Wait, what? It disappeared while I was looking at it. What did it say? Oh yeah, it's telling me that it's convertible to slice, right? I think that's all that it was telling me. Is my condition backward? Let me see. Can navigate path up one level. If there's oh, I think you're right. I have it backwards, right? This should be, wait a minute. Can navigate. If it's not an absolute path, that means actually maybe this logic was wrong. Because if the path was empty, we would get a false, which would, then we would reverse to be a true. Ooh, I think there's a bug. Let's say the path was empty. It would go into isPath absolute, that would be true. Wait a minute, not path empty. Right, so this would be true, so invert it gets false, so then this whole thing is false, which then gets inverted to true. Yeah. So yeah, what would be the test here if I had an empty path somewhere? Yeah, but see, then this is gated by if path is not empty. Yeah, I think the problem is this has a bug in it for empty path, and I fixed the bug by putting an if around there when I shouldn't have. I could have just fixed it how? Just by turning that into from a true to a false? So if there is no first segment, we can't go up one level. But if there is a segment and the first one is empty, okay, so there are other arms I need here, right? Some segment, true. And this should just be none then. First one must not be empty. Well, if the first one is not empty, then you can go up a level, right? If the first one is empty, then you have to have another segment after that. Otherwise, it's that special case where it's either slash or slash foo. If the first segment is empty, that means we have a leading slash. You can't go up a level from that. That should be false. That should be true. So that's what this is matching. So maybe I should put out a comment here. First segment empty means path has leading slash. So we can only navigate up if there are 2 or more segments. Otherwise, we can navigate up as long as there is at least one segment. There we go. Why did you not re-implement is absolute? Good question. I think I didn't actually need it. I don't think I actually needed the is absolute. I got rid of it. Because I think the only other place I used it was in contains relative path. Okay, no, I needed it there. I might need to bring it back. Looks like I'm using it in a few places I haven't. Yeah, like I haven't implemented resolve yet. I might have to bring in is path absolute. Yeah, I just haven't implemented is path absolute yet. And I just felt like in this case, it's better to do it this way. I don't know. You can match on elements of a slice, look at slice patterns. It would be much nicer than ifing on the first is empty, etc. Match on elements of a slice. Oh, so like... You saying that there's a better way to specify that pattern? Like maybe inside of here? Let's take a look. Oh, I see. I haven't programmed that. Hey there, Dr. Padawan. Did I say hi already? Maybe not. I don't know if I want to do a whole lot of reading right now. I think what I'm going to do is save this to read later and give you a point now. Let me take these to read later. This is where my notebook's value comes in handy, is that I don't lose these things. I'll eventually come back and look at them. Two implementations of the same logic? Maybe. Like this, are you saying this might be is absolute, right? So maybe I should encode that. I see what you're saying. So this should just be path is absolute. Okay, I see what you're saying now. So I'm gonna give you a point too, or driven. Let's just do that. Okay. Let's say, should I call it is absolute or path is absolute? I think we should keep the word path in there. Can navigate path up one level. How about just is path absolute? Is path absolute? Oh, I need to do wait a minute. This is it, right? Yeah. So that's actually the logic I want, but reversed. And without the self in front. What am I doing? What am I doing? Maybe I need to take a break. I might be running out of fuel here. Right, I need to have this matched, don't I? Yeah, yeah. I'm fading, I think. I might need to take a break soon. Yeah, don't I still need the match? And this is just true. Otherwise it's false. Yeah, I don't call it yet. Oh, I see what you're saying, Selmith. So I would just match path. I see what you're saying. In other words, match path. False. In this case, how do we match against a vector? I guess we can compare it to a slice. Can I just do that? Oh, I have to say something here, right? Can I just say dot dot? Say that. What if I just say anything else? I guess it would just be that. It really wants me to construct a vector there, though. That's one problem. Oh, that's okay, OR-driven. I like these side discussions because they're helping me sort out some things in my understanding of Rust. See, I'm almost... See, I just don't want to have to make a vector. out of that. I don't even know how to get the syntax right. Okay, yeah. I don't have the Rust foo yet. We'll just keep that for now. That is only for slices. Okay. Yeah, so this is a slice containing a slice of vectors, so it might not be as easy to do. Yeah, it's bytes, so I can't use strings 715209. Oh, I see what you're saying. I would actually put a name here. But I end up having the same sort of thing here, right? Oh, okay. Is that easier to read than that? I guess. Yeah, okay. Cool. Did I already give you a point for that? I'll give you another one. I kind of like that. That actually looks better. Did I get the logic correct, though? Then I don't need this one at all. Correct? I think that just works. Yeah. And it's more expressive. You can visually see that if the path has a segment and it's not empty, then it's absolute. I mean, if it has no, this actually has to cover the ... case, doesn't it? This would actually have to do both of these, wouldn't it? Can the ... be empty? If the ... could be empty, then this will work, right? Then that'll work. Actually, won't this tell me I have 2 redundant arms if I do this one? Okay, no, so I actually need both of those arms, right? If I have the same arm twice, shouldn't it give me a warning? Wait. Why didn't it give me a warning that I had a redundant arm there? Write a test, yeah. Now it does. Is it just not smart enough to... maybe smart's the wrong word. Yeah, see, now it's an unreachable pattern. But now it doesn't think it's unreachable. Is it just not... it's not... It doesn't go deep enough to see that these two are equivalent? Maybe? I know, advanced cat cam. Exactly. Actually, the cat moved. Now his head isn't overlapping, and now part of the space behind him is being exposed. Should fix that again. I shouldn't have actually edited it in the first place. I need to chop a little bit off here. That's what I need to do. More. More. More! Sorry, this is important. I have to screen out the area that you would normally wouldn't want you to see. So you can see the cat getting pet, but you should not be able to see the rest of the human doing the petting. That's the important part. Okay, I'll just leave that little sliver. That's fine. Take the cat so it doesn't move. You know, because I'm not sure about this. Can I put that in the clipboard? Whoops, wrong key. And then just undo until I get back to that. Yeah. Then we'll paste it here. Comment this out. Comment this in. Actually, I would like to move that above here and say to do explore this alternate syntax to see if it works. I'll do that later. It's not a hand. Oh, what are they penning with? With the back scratcher? Oh, one of my kids was doing that. Okay. So now that I have this, I should be able to use it from up the other place, right? Right here. This should just say not self is path absolute self path borrowing it, of course. And it should be able to do the same thing here. You can't do that here, can you? So maybe go back to saying, okay, so I don't want to have to look at it twice. Is path absolute already looks at it? This is like a little bit more than if it's an absolute path. It's either an absolute path with more more segments, yeah, it is slightly different, isn't it? Let me leave a to do here. See if we can leverage is path absolute here. I'll just do that for now. Okay, turns out that didn't need to be mutable because we ended up just consuming it with an iterator here. Okay, cool. I like the warnings. Run the test. Yay, it passed. Neat. All right. How am I going to take a lunch break now? I don't want to have to like go on the BRB screen for that long. Maybe look at the CPP version again. I can do that. Yeah, but this one has a flaw in it, which needs to have this check, this extra check here. So the CPP code ends up looking at path empty more than once too, right? Because it's going to reevaluate that. I think this is just this is just a hack. This if is a hack. I don't want the hack. I don't want to port the hack over. So I think I'm, for now, happy just not leveraging it all, because if I do, we're going to end up calling isEmpty twice, right? Because it will first call it to see if it's an absolute path, but then we'll have to call it again to see if there's more than one segment, right? Oh, wait, hold on. I think I've thought of a way to do it. We can say if self is path, whoops, back, is path absolute path. Can't I just say path.len is greater than 1? Else path.isSum? For path first is sum. Right? Won't that work? That it doesn't like that because that code is still there. That would work, right? If it's an absolute path, then we can go up a level if there's more than one segment. Because it's only an absolute path if there is a segment and the first segment's empty. Yeah. So we're not computing is empty more than once, are we? Well, we are looking at the first more than once. Yeah, we're looking at first more than... That's the problem I have, is we're looking at we're calling path first more than once in this, whereas this only looks at it once. Yeah, so this is maybe close. Something close, but we need to call path.first twice. Subslice pattern match that whole function. So that would be segment. But again, I don't know if I can, if that would match, oh, wait a minute, no. I see, yeah, because then it has to be at least one more. Yeah. And then sum would be just that, right? And this would be that. There we go. Why didn't it like my comma? Oh, I have to say true. And it thinks this is redundant. Why? Why is that unreachable? You have a playground link? Dot dot works for empty rest of slice. Huh. Thank you, Silmith. And thank you, 715209, for pointing it out. A point for pointing it out. Run! It works. It works because... Okay, I see that. All right. Good. Knowing that experimentally... I actually need, like, a second segment, right? Well, just an underscore. And this should be segment. And I don't need a name for it. Ah, hitting the wrong keys left and right. There we go. So if segment is not empty, it will catch this case. Wait, did I get my logic wrong again? I think I got this wrong again. Don't I need another arm? Yeah, this isn't gonna work. I did it wrong again. The whole point was to get rid of these ifs, right? No, that wasn't the whole point. Yeah. I don't think I know how to do that yet. At least not on an empty stomach. Yeah, we'll do this until I eat lunch. I just not sure how to handle it if that is not true. It's the fact that I'm doing two things at once, right? We're trying to combine looking at the first segment with looking at the fact that there is no first segment, like the none case. And if the first segment is empty or not. We're trying to do it all at once. This match is at least separating the sums from the nones. And then this, with the sum, we're splitting it between if it's empty or not. So I can at least grapple. I can at least put that. I can understand that on an empty stomach. The not slice syntax. You mean this syntax looks more bulletproof? Yeah, we need that guard. I think either way we need that guard, right? Because there's no way to put that into either syntax. Are you hungry too, Cat? You might be hungry. You might be going to go get some meat, some raw flesh. All right. Make sure this test still works. I have to get a plan for how I'm gonna eat lunch, and then I have to pick up a kid from school. So I don't need that much time. I'll stream for another half an hour at least, maybe an hour. But then that'll be it until maybe later this afternoon. Okay. Reference resolution. Oh, goody. I guess we're doing that next. Right, so why? Oh, I see. Yeah, they had different classes for URI versus URI reference, and I don't bother with that. Okay, so there's a base string, a relative reference, and then an expected. And then we have to have this resolve. Yes. Okay, so I just need resolve function. QR, here we go. Self and another borrowed URI, so it would be, I shouldn't just guess, I should look at what I called it here. Relative reference. Must use it. Why go through all that effort to resolve the URI when you're not going to use it? Unimplemented. Just to make sure it compiles. Bookmark, let's get rid of the old bookmarks. Run the test. Unimplemented. Okay. Resolve is here. Paste. Okay, so what are we doing here? Copy scheme, what is that? Why do I bother doing that? Why did I have methods to do that? I don't know. Do you ever use the reference to self? What do you mean? Oh, you mean like returning self like that? To do method chaining? Yeah, I've done that for method chaining. In this case, we're only borrowing self temporarily to make a new URI, though. Is that what you're asking? You mean to change URI to self? Oh, good point. Good point earns you a point. And I could also do that here. I always forget that for some reason. Like, I guess it's because in C++ you can't do that. You have to have the name of the class again. But yeah, that's better because if I decide to change the name of the type later, I don't have to change that. What I like is not to have too many places that I would need to change in order to rename the type. So this makes it so that I have fewer places that I need to change if I rename the type later. Is that the reason I'm wearing white? Why do witches always have black cats? Is it because they look spooky? Witch with white cat. Some people in my house would agree with that. I should put that on the screen so you can see that. Our cat does shed very, very, very light white hairs. And so, yeah, there are people in my family who have that reaction, but that's not why I'm wearing white. I'm wearing white because it's I need to do laundry, and I'm down to just my white shirts. The white and the blue shirts. I have blue shirts, but if I were to wear a blue shirt, because I'm using a blue screen behind me, I would look transparent. And I don't know, maybe that would be amusing. It would just be weird. I think the way we're doing it in Rust is we're not going to use it as a builder. We're going to build at the end, I think. So what if I make a tuple of the things we're going to build the URL out of? So something like let scheme authority. Actually, these don't need to be on separate lines, right? Path query. And do we have a fragment? Oh, we have a fragment at the end. So we do the fragment separately, right? Equal if relative, and you can remove that. Relative reference dot scheme dot is empty, is none. Is some, is none. Yeah, I would be a floating head, literally, on screen. You might see a little bit, but it would be like interfering with the color key. How come it doesn't like that? Oh, are you going to the post office? You want to take the other thing I have? Don't show on screen. There you go. All right. Someone's going to the post office and I had mail that needed to be mailed. All right, so this goes into the else. No, this goes into the if, right? If it's not empty, it's some. There we go. Like that. Okay, so then don't we just borrow? We're just going to borrow, right? So this can just be a, well, whoops, again, hit the wrong key. Yeah, this could just be relative reference dot scheme, relative reference dot authority, relative reference dot. Oh, here I have to normalize the path. Oh. I should just make normalize path a function then. Self normalize path and then borrow the path, right? These need to borrow. Don't we have a command for that? Yeah. As stated last November, 75209's name is also random. And that comes from, I had the number minus random that Discord assigned me. That's why I use that. So is this not, oh, it uses a self, shoot. I think I would like to split this to be able to normalize and get a copy at the same time. Actually, if we're copying, why don't I just do the copy like clone here? Yeah. Hey there, Zeph. Doing some porting from C++ to Rust. So everything up here is in Rust and everything down here is in C++. So I'm kind of going top to bottom through this resolve function right now. The name, what should the name be? Really, normalized path should be, if we give it a path, normalize without the underscore path should be for the URI, and I think that's what we'll do. Okay, so then relative reference dot query dot clone. Okay, so that's one tuple. Why won't it let me clone that one? You can't clone an option? Clone exists, but the trait's not satisfied. Oh, authority can't be cloned. Well, we can fix that. That's like just derive clone, right? Why not? Let's derive clone. Okay, cool. So I just need to fix up normalize path. So we'll just call this one normalize. Actually, no, let's leave that where it is. Let's make the one that operates on self, we'll call that one just normalize. And this one will we'll just borrow a path. So path is borrow of a slice of vectors. And then this line gets moved up to here. And then I think I just do self.path. Wait a minute, I don't even need to do this swap business, do I? I can just say self.path equals self normalize path self path. I can just do that, right? I can't do that? Mismatched types. Oh, I need to borrow it. Still no. Found unit type. Why is this a unit type? What? I don't get it. Oh, I know why. Because this needs to return a vector U8. There we go. Whew. All right. Yeah, you're right. 715209, you got it. Stream team list is long. Yeah, the primary stream team I'm in, which is twitch.tv team, was it Live Coders? Is that it? Nope, I got it wrong. What is it? Is it live underscore coders? I don't remember my own team name. I guess I have to look at my own panels to find out what that is. What is it? I can't look at my panels easily. Thank you, Dr. Padawan. So it actually is case sensitive? Yeah, so that team, anyway, that team is a larger team. I'm also in the team Rustations, if you're more interested specifically in Rust. Rustations. Let's see if anyone else is streaming Rust right now. Yeah, we got 2 others. I don't know if they're doing Rust, but there are a lot of people in the Live Coders team because they had a pretty strong recruitment. And a lot of Live Coders here on Twitch are streamers that are also watching other dev streamers, and so like they'll suggest to whoever they're watching, hey, would you like to join our team, yada yada, all that stuff. Twitch is sensitive. Yeah, there are a lot of Live Coders, and as far as I know, the people who stream the Live Coders team are pretty good. They're held to kind of a higher standard now because there are a lot of people in the teams, like new team members are vetted and all that stuff. Okay, so what am I doing? Okay, so we're removing self.path, right? I do need to build a new path. Let's just call it new path. How about we be very specific about it? Old path, new path. I don't like the words old and new, though. How about original path? And then we have normalized path. It's long, but that's okay. So vec new. And then, so wherever we see self path, it'll become normalized path. And then we have to end with normalized path to return it. And then this just becomes the original path. And that's maybe a little bit easier to read. So I have the to do thing to mark that this variable is a code smell. That's fine. But other than that, we have a normalized path, and we're looping through the segments of the original path and building up the normalized path and returning it. That works, right? So then normalize is just if we're changing our self, it's through changing our self path, and that's the public function. So this shouldn't be public. Yeah. Okay, and then I don't need that line. And then I just need to change a few more things, right? I got a compiler error here. Ooh, why do I have an error there? That's weird. I didn't have that before. It is a reference. Yes, so... Oh, right. We're going to want to clone it, aren't we? Because we don't know if we're... We don't know if we're replacing an old one or not. Actually, that's a good point. Yeah, so we should just clone it. There we go. You can improve your skills by watching other coding or reading code. I agree with that definitely about streaming skills. Coding skills... I think so if you pay attention to the coding. A lot of the time I just hang out in other coding streams because I like to hear someone else working on something that's interesting to me, but I don't really pay enough attention to improve my own skill. Yeah, and there is a cat. He's asleep. If he wakes up and jumps down, then you'll see some movement. How scary was the first programming session? It was extremely scary and stressful. I'm 2 years in and I'm still stressed by streaming, but my goal is to be streaming with not so much stress and just be chill. Nice to see some Rust coding on Twitch. Yeah, I agree. Streaming for me is still stressful because it's quite a lot of effort to try to balance the work and interacting with chat and then continuously talking. My voice gets worn out after like 6 hours. Like yesterday, man, my voice was done at the end of the 6-hour stream. I don't know how anyone could keep going for like more than 8 hours without losing their voice. Haven't learned much in the way of coding from streamers. You picked up a lot of... Yeah. The tooling, the little tricks that they do, their workflow, definitely you pick that stuff up. Yeah. All right, did I fix this? I fixed that, but then I have some problems down. Oh, this is what I was working on. That's what I'm working on, but I think I broke this stuff down here because I changed the name of the outer function. Yeah, that should just be normalize. Yes. Okay. Cool. So then this is all good. I just need to port the rest of this part, right? Okay, so if we have an authority... This should be, there's no reason for me to have a nest. Okay, there is a reason. The scheme needs to be copied. Okay, but I can do, I can calculate that one first, right? Let scheme equal, just copy the base scheme. So self.scheme.clone. Then I can say, what can I say here? If let some authority equal relative reference authority, then, well, then the tuple is scheme, and then authority.clone. And then we normalize the path and copy the query. I want this duplication of code kind of bothers me a little bit. Else I had this wrong, didn't I? Okay, I need to have side by side. I'm gonna get myself confused. Resolve. Yeah, if you look at the bad hacks other people do, you'll feel better about the bad hacks you do. I have a note about this in my stream notes. I could probably find it by this command. Order of operations. Really? I don't have it in this project? Oh, it's in the other project. Yeah. It's in this project. Stock stream notes. Okay. When we're talking about hacks, that removal of hacks is step 2, in my mind. To make things right, whether it's maintainable or readable, idiomatic, that's, you know, what we call refactoring. I like to make that step 2, especially if it's complicated work. If it's easy work, I'll sometimes combine 1 and 2 together. But yeah, you'll see me if I'm just trying to make stuff work. I'll totally put in hacks if it will get me if it'll make things simpler and get it to work. It's in step 2 when I refactor that I remove hacks. So you'll definitely see lots of hacks, especially if it's complicated work. I think it's important to for complicated things to break them down into that order. First, make it work, then make it readable and nice and clean without hacks, and then and only then worry about making it performant, you know, optimization and that kind of thing. All right, so each of these levels has a tail. That's what I was getting tripped up on, was that tail. So in all of this else, we have a scheme. So in all of this else here, we'll have a common authority, right? But then why did I clone it there? Oh, because this is reversed. This had a... no. Why do I have copy authority in 2 places? Oh, we're copying from a different place. Yes. Okay, so this shouldn't... This should be right, it is relative. Okay. I was just confused. At this point we have authority, but it has to equal the self.authority.clone. What if it's none, though? It might be none. Oh, but we can clone an option, right? That'll just be an option authority, whereas this one is not an option authority. So we're going to want to say some then. Yeah, to make it match. Okay, so then we check if the path is empty. Well, I can just do that. I can do that for all of these names. Why not, right? Change to snake case. There we go. And then just get rid of that. Make it is empty. Then we get right, the common part here is the path. So let path equal self.path.clone. And then the rest of it has to do with the query. So then I should reverse this. Yeah, it's going to warn me if I don't reverse the logic here. So get rid of the not and just swap these two. Okay, so in this one, the tuple is going to be... what's the common scheme for this one? Need to copy it from the self scheme, so I didn't do that one either. Oh, no, I did up here. Right, so scheme, and then authority, and then path, and then the last part, which is self.query.clone. Otherwise, I'm copying it from the relative reference. What do I think about refactoring Rust? For you, it's harder than usual. Borrow checker, lifetimes and traits make it complicated. Yeah, it is harder because getting stuff to compile at all in Rust is hard. The more useful work you end up doing, the larger your system is, the harder it is. But that difficulty, I think, you'll hit it eventually, unless you never refactor and you end up having a lot of inefficient clones and stuff. At some point you're gonna hit the lifetime, the borrow checker stuff. It's inevitable. So whether you hit it in refactoring or you hit it initially when you code, it doesn't. There's not much difference. It's harder. I agree. Rust is harder, whether it's harder at the refactoring or the coding stage, because of the borrow checking, the strictness of it. But I like that challenge, actually. And I think my experience has been, when I end up going down that rabbit hole, it's usually because I didn't understand how to do it in with synergy with Rust in its design. And there are a couple different traps that I fall into, like multi-borrow and things escaping closures and stuff like that. And those have led me down in rabbit holes before. And what the lesson I always learn from that is I did too much design work without letting Rust kind of guide me to a design that was more like amenable to Rust, I guess. I think that makes refactoring easier. Your compiler tells you all the places. Yeah, well, the problem is when the compiler starts to tell you everything you're doing is bad, and then when you keep trying to change something, you can't make the compiler happy. That's where it gets really frustrating. Whenever I get frustrated, I take a step back. I'll put in the clones if I need to. If you just clone things, you don't have to worry about the lifetime or the borrowing anymore, because now you have a new thing. The price of that is an extra memory copy and allocation and all that stuff, right? So there's a price to get yourself out of that hole. I'd recommend get yourself out of the hole with some extra clones, and then once you get it to compile again, start to look at what are the clones we can get rid of? What are some ways maybe we can like share and not clone, use references instead of using owned objects, that kind of thing. Maybe you find that you don't need to worry about sharing with references. Maybe clone is fine for you because the performance is good enough. I think there's something to be said about premature optimization and just trying to do everything like without any copies or any clones or any memory allocation, and you find yourself going down a rabbit hole if you just can't get it to the borrow checker to be happy. Maybe you're just being too aggressive in your pre-optimization. Maybe take a step back, relax the lifetimes, do some clones, get it to work. I think they used idiomatic. That the word idiomatic comes up a lot in Rust forums when they talk about that concept of being like in the same grain as like what people consider best practices. Oh, I got a phone call. I'll be right back. Phone call. Sorry about that phone call. You agree in general that Rust is harder, but you think it actually makes refactoring code in it easier? In my experience, it's harder when you're first learning Rust. Maybe when you're better at Rust, it's easier. I haven't gotten that far yet, so I can't speak from experience. So this is going to complain about all my tuples until all my arms are equivalent, right? Okay. If our path starts with then. Okay, so then this should just be if the... I need to stop streaming soon too. This should just be if... well, yeah, I can leverage is path absolute. I just need to unsnake case it. There is no method? Did I not make one? Yeah, is path... Oh, I didn't... Okay, I did it the other way. I did it with self. It's an associated function. And that with its path. Positive logic. Okay. So if that's true, then we get scheme, authority, and then this dot clone. And then what do we do for the query? Oh, right. So I need to get the query copied out first, right? Yes. Let query equal... why is this hard for me? Relative reference dot query dot clone. So then it's query here. All right. Else, we have to do this business. Easier and feeling safe about it, sure, yeah. Rust gives me a lot of confidence because in my experience so far, most of the time when I get it to compile, it just works. And those cases where it doesn't work, I quickly find them with either a panic or a test failure. So, I have seen very few cases where my program has not either stopped at the compiler or gotten a panic. You know, seems to work, but did the got the wrong answer. I've seen that very few times. Especially with the test. The tests augment the compiler, obviously, because the compiler can only do so much. I'll say, so what I want to do here, we're gonna, okay, so we're gonna do all of this and then end up with a scheme with a copied path, right? I just want to get this to work, so I don't need to do... The authority in the scheme is from the base, right? Yes, self. And self. Yes, okay, good. Then... So then here we say let path equal self.path.clone. And we're going to be modifying it, right? Okay, and so... What is this saying? If we have more than one segment, then drop the last segment. And we're doing that, why? Because the last segment's probably a trailing slash, and if it's not, then it's a file name. Yeah, that's probably why. So, yeah, literally what I have there, right? If path.length is greater than 1, path.pop, right? Okay, and then this way, equivalent of that would... is there a way in Rust to just merge two vectors? It would be path.merge maybe, or chain, or append. There we go, append. Other, exactly. So we're going to want to make a new vector which is a copy of the old one. So that would be... okay, there's a reference there. It says moves all elements of other, leaving other empty. Okay, so then I could make a temporary, right? So I would reference a clone to relative reference.path.clone, right? Yes. Then I would normalize it. So actually I can do it in here. Self normalize path. Okay, and then I don't need these copies. And in the end, we're just generating a new URL from all of those pieces, right? So we would just say self these pieces, scheme authority path query fragment. Scheme authority path query fragment. Like that. Okay, now what are my errors? Hey, and ouch, Rust, yes. Don't touch that Rust code too much. You might get tetanus. Either Gel Mega, how are you doing today? Today you learned that the Steam really needs to update the Valve index section of the store. You ordered it September 23rd, expected it to have it 8 weeks to save money for it. You're guaranteed to have money for it, and it's arriving on Friday. Are you saying that there's a lag? I guess I don't get it. Huh. Or Driven said, maybe I'm reading it wrong, but wouldn't you be able to do some early exit paths to remove some of the if levels? Maybe. I just haven't refactored this yet. That needs a semicolon. That's what's missing there. Okay, fragment. Are we just always copying the fragment? We are. So this one should just be copy from the relative reference. Fragment.clone. Fragment. There we go. Borrow the path there. Okay, it didn't like that. They're mismatched. Expected mutable. Sure. Mutate that temporary. It's sort of weird that append mutates the other argument. Wouldn't it make more sense for it to just clone? Maybe there's an alternative to append that clones for me. That would be actually preferable, since right now I'm doing a clone and then it just shuffles all the elements out and we end up with an empty temporary that then needs to be discarded. Extend? Maybe, yeah, maybe you're onto something there. Extend instead takes an iterator. Oh, yeah, that's better, isn't it? Because then I don't, I can just say clone into iter. There we go. Thank you, Gutero. No, but you gave me the critical thing, which is the last part of that link. Extend. And extend, zoom, enhance. Expected to be here so... Oh, you didn't expect to be there so soon. I get it. Just seeing that line in the end, and you already hate implicit returns? You get used to it. These are all like, basically this is all an expression that's building a tuple of some kind, right? A 4-element tuple. That's why these all have to balance. So there are good things to say about it and there are bad things. One bad thing to say about it is it looks like it's in the position of where a statement should be, right? These are all statements that end in semicolons. Well, or a block, either a semicolon or a block, right? But this is the oddball because it's not a block and it doesn't end in a semicolon, and that's because the convention is that it becomes the value of the block, right? And I run into this all the time where I accidentally put that, and now the value of the block ends up being the unit instead of the tuple, just because I have a trailing semicolon by mistake. No need to change the structure, but it needs to be mutable. Yeah, this is how to do it immutably, right? Yeah, it does. It looks ugly because it's not what we're used to seeing, right? Okay, okay, what's wrong with this one? Oh, it might be an oh. There's a difference between a query being empty and not existing at all, right? Oh, yeah, this should be is none. So like this, I could probably refactor this because it's all repetitive. Only thing different is that thing. So I could probably rewrite this. I could rewrite this to look a little bit nicer, right? Yeah, I could just do this, right? Like that. Maybe that might look even more ugly to the Jamega because I'm mixing the tail return of this tuple with some interior logic. Yeah, how straining is that though? That has the benefit over what I had a moment ago. This has some, what you might argue, some unnecessary repetition. But this has an additional cognitive load of that, of the construction of the tuple being complex because we have a conditional logic inside here. So it might prompt you to like say that in order to say, okay, this is constructing the query part. Another way I could do it actually is, whoops, I went too far. Too far with that. Another way I could do it is construct the query first. That's probably the best, right? So let query equal this. Otherwise something else. This is probably the best of both worlds. And then we construct the tuple with the query. Like that. That's probably the best, right? Yeah, I like that better. Why not just assign the conditional to a variable and just return it? Yeah, that's another way to do it. The thing is, this entire thing is assigning it there so that I don't have to declare immutable variables and then change them. So this is doing it without anything being mutable. And what am I doing? What's wrong here? Oh, reference. There we go. You meant assigning the query to a variable. Oh yeah, like that, yeah. That's what I ended up doing, right? So I'm doing the same thing, I'm just a little bit lagged. Yeah. Yep. It's that stream lag, right? That's the lag between when I see your message and when you see me talk about the message. Okay, so can I do that anywhere else here, or is this good enough? This is maybe good enough for now. I should just do a test. Mark that position, go to here and run the test. Hey, it passed. There we go. Once you get it to compile, it just works. It always makes me nervous when tests pass the first try, so I like kind of hacking things to get it to fail. So like if I removed a relative position like that, that should screw up the test. There you go, it failed. It failed because the path part is different, which you can't see because my ugly face is in the way. That's okay. Thank you for that follow. All right. Passing that test. So we have relative, a reference, a resolution. And I have quite an extensive amount of test factors because I leveraged, they actually have them in the RFC itself. So the idea behind all this, by the way, is you have a base URI and then you have a relative reference from it and you're combining the two. So if you take that URI and you add that to it, you get that. And it's just following specific rules. This one, the original gets blown away because this G it's a full URI, so that's the new scheme, right? So it overwrites it. But here G is not the scheme; it's a relative path from ABC. So you get ABCG, and then the rules say you're supposed to drop the query as well. The query comes from the relative reference, so this Y replaces the Q here, which you can't see because my chat is in the way. Try iter clone instead of clone into iter. It's the same, but you might like it better because of what you wrote above. You wrote above, instead of clone into iter, you could do iter clone, ultimately the same. In general, the latter clones lazily only the elements iterated over. Okay, that's a good point. A good point deserves a point. So that was down here, right? So it was iter clone, you said? Cloned. Iter cloned. Cloned creates an iterator which clones all of its elements. Okay. Yeah, I can see how this is lazy, because iter gives you an iterator, but it doesn't walk through the elements yet. Cloned actually will walk through it and clone each one. But if, let's say, instead of cloning it, we were maybe just looking through to see if we should do something, and we would stop early, then this would be better because we would only hit the ones we needed to, whereas this way, we would have already copied even the ones we didn't need to look at. Yeah, I like that better. That's right, the Jelmega has their own programming language. And ultimately, the Jelmega, you're going to realize that Rust... Actually, no. Ultimately, what you're going to realize is you've just reinvented Rust. Because you said you can do x I32 equals something. Well, that's very, very close to Rust, where you do let x I32 equals something, right? You're literally one token away from Rust in your variable declaration and assignments. And if you needed to do that, the only thing now you'll have to add is the mute, but very close to Rust already, the Jelmega. I understand that. Work and procrastinating? Hey, you know who doesn't have a project that they make slow progress on because of work and procrastination, right? Yeah, I understand that. Hey, okay, so I'm done with that, unless I want to go back and refactor, which I probably will want to do later. Okay, I think what I was going to do is, once Mrs. Raimu comes back with lunch, I'll probably wrap up the stream and eat. The ... declaration is the non-initializing value, so x would exist, but yeah, in Rust you would just say let x I32 and just end it. And then later you would say, you would give it a value. So, again, only one symbol, only 2 tokens away from your language. Like that. In Rust you just omit that and add the let, and then you're good. I actually kind of prefer your way because then it's explicit that you're not initializing it yet, right? I kind of prefer that because it's more, yeah. Because if it's like that, it's almost like, did you forget to initialize it, or are you intentionally leaving it uninitialized with the intent to initialize it later? All right, so anyway, that goes in all 4 of those places. All right, let's run that test. Yay, it passes. All right, moving on. IPv6 address. Okay, maybe we skip that for now? No, we should deal with it. We should deal with it. All right. Was I going to consume the brackets or not? I think my decision, I was deciding I was not going to consume the bracket, or I was going to consume the brackets, and so going back to what I had before, there are no brackets in these host names. Yeah. I think that was my decision before. But it does have some ramifications if we reverse the process. How do we know that this is an IPv6 address? Do we just parse it and see if it is? I guess so. Well, no. There's some argument to say that we should keep the brackets in, right? What if we just leave it out for now? Because I know my code is not going to generate them. And then we can bring this one back in. We're not going to have this bug like they do. Remove the brackets because they are going to get removed. All right, and then the host is going to be a bunch of U8s, so these all need to have B's in front. There we go. And then I don't need to do all this business. I can just say host, right? Yeah, host. URI unwrap host. What? Oh, yeah. I have to say some. Okay. When would you want to initialize it in a default value when it's immutable? Perhaps to collect together all your variables at the top, even the ones you are unable to construct yet because they depend on other variables being computed first. That might be one reason. I'd tend to not do that. Jai has the same, but with dash, so ... Same thing. Why does IPv6 have brackets? I think it has brackets because it could be ambiguous in some contexts. Like, that actually might be the name of, like, a DNS name. Right? So if you, so the brackets around it disambiguates it. It says this has to be an IPv6 address. Whereas if you left that off, I think technically that's legal, and that's a host name, not an IPv6 address. But I'm not sure. They're probably, usually when they add syntactical constructs like that, it's to disambiguate the syntax. You don't like the idea of implicit initializing? Yeah, I can see how some people, it would fit some people's coding style, but I personally wouldn't use it. Because of the port and the short syntax. Okay, there you go. There's a reason. Single colon. Yeah, because that would be misinterpreted as a port number there. Right. Okay, so anyway, let's try it out. It's going to hit my unimplemented IPv6 address thing, right? Yes, unimplemented IPv6 validation. So let's port it. Oh, that's generate. Yeah, here's where we reinsert the brackets, by the way. Actually, oh, that's how I do it. I see if it fits as an IPv6 address, we put the brackets back in. That might imply that we technically don't need them in the syntax, and maybe they just added it to the RFC because it makes it easier for the parser? I don't know. Anyway. Oh, it's another one of these long state machines. Fun. Let's hope I don't have any cases that fall through. Break. Okay, so we don't have any fall through cases like I had last time. Okay, there is no class. These should all be converted. Can I just do this in one fell swoop? No, I should probably just do it this way. Camel case. No. Oh, that messed it up. Okay, how about one word to the left? Wrong button. Try it again. Dang it. There we go. First go to camel case, then go one word to the left, That's still not doing what I want. Oh, I see. Because of this one. We should do that one first. There we go. And then this one. Hitting the wrong key again. Camel case. All right. This takes a surprising amount of concentration because I'm still getting familiar with my hotkeys. Not too bad though. You've seen that implicit declaration on top of everything else quite often when people learn object-oriented programming first. Yeah, it could be just a convention that's learned by looking at other people's code, right? Okay, cool. Okay, so we can't do this thing in Rust like we can in C++. We have to repeat it. There's no semicolon there. Okay, and then I don't know if I need all of these. Let's just comment them out until we know we need them. Okay, for C and address, right? Chars, probably. And do that. All right, switch. So switch state becomes, I want to do it the same style I did before. State equals match state. And okay, so cases get removed. That turns into arrows. And the breaks become commas. Actually, let's do a search replace on that. All right, so that just becomes that comma. And then, again, I can do match all of these cases. Did I match them all? Think so. That, arrow, that. All right. The dog has announced that someone has returned. Okay, I don't know if I'll get this done before I run out of energy, though. Especially for function, you want to have your function in Pascal case. Yeah, Rust is very opinionated. They want their functions to be snake case, their types to be Pascal case. I've just gotten used to it. I've just embraced it, I guess. All right. The end of that is it's a statement that's updating the state machine. What is this extra stuff here? Why would we break if we encounter an IPv4 address? Oh, okay. So it's just a way to leave early the main loop. All right. And what's position? Where do we use position? Okay. Interesting. So I might need the, because it's IP, it's a UTF-8. I might need to I can't just use these positions, right? Because those are going to index a string later. Yeah. So the way you index a string is by byte position, right? Hey, that noob. Because it's IPv6, maybe. I might have to call it before I finish this and get back to this later. I'll probably be streaming later, but I'm not sure. Actually, when would I get back? It's Wednesday. Already been going 4.5 hours. I don't want to overdo it. Let me try to get this done and then I'll eat. From the top, I guess. If it's a colon, then yeah, we're going to remove all these state equals. And then here we're doing an early return here. Error illegal character. All of these semicolons need to go. Okay, so let's pull num digits in and let them equal 0. Okay. You can do chars and bytes for a string. Yeah, there's another one where you can get the chars and their indices. I guess I can just put that in here now, right? Char indices, I think it was it. Then you get tuples back, right? Yes. Actually, why isn't an option? Because the last is none. So the iterator will unfold that for me. So yeah, it's index character. So I can just use I and C. So then I can use I for position, right? And then I don't have to increment. And then it'll be the correct byte position. Yes, thank you, Confusing Straw. Num digits has to be mutable or not? It probably does. That's probably why I'll get errors down here later. Yeah. So I don't need position. This will be let mute. Contains is just lowercase, and then we have to borrow the character. And we don't need these extra parentheses. And what's wrong with... Oh, too many parentheses? There we go. So far, so good. Jai is a language that will release in 2100. Yeah, he's been working on it for years, right? Alright, so if it's a colon at this place, if double colon encountered is a special variable, let mute that. Okay, so we can't run into a colon twice or 3 times or whatever. Yeah, so here, like someone was saying before, I should probably specialize the errors and say something very special when that happens. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. Okay, and then again, an error. Actually, if the only valid case is that it should be clearly just put there, right? And this should just be down here. And why don't I do an early return? Why isn't Clippy telling me how to... Clippy should be able to help me consolidate that, right? So this should be if it's not equal to colon or double colon encountered. Right? And that might not be the right name. That should just be colon encountered, not double colon encountered. Oh no, because that's the first colon, that's the second one. Okay. Yes, okay, got it. Okay. Turn these into Rust. Remove state equals. Remove semicolons. Turn the falses into errors. Let's just go do that now. Get it over with. All these places. This is going to need some heavy refactoring, isn't it? All right. So that's I. Yeah, we can't do that ugliness. We have to say num digits plus equal 1, right? Oop, I missed a couple. Okay, the only valid path through here is to do this outside, right? So why don't I just do this outside? Right there. Just do that first. Then I don't need to because the only valid paths only allow that, right? It was greater than 4 in both cases, right? Yeah. All right. All right, cool. That works. Another colon. Groups is another variable. Turns out I needed all of these variables. Okay, remove the state equals. Go to the end of the line and remove the semicolon. Okay, num digits plus equal 1. If it's now greater than 4, early return. What happened here? Oh, we stay in the same state. That's what this means. Yeah. Actually, I like that the next state is always explicit in every path. Okay, so plus equal 1, or if it's a dot. What happened to that variable? Oh, it's still commented out? Okay. Do you have to decrease your num variable again because you thought plus plus num C++ was the only value incremented, not following through after that? Plus plus num is just pre-incrementing it. So that's why I incremented it and then compared it. So like it used to be if plus plus num digits is greater than 4. That's equivalent to saying plus plus num digits and then if num digits is greater than 4. If it's the other way around, then if it was like that, then it's equivalent to doing that. Right? Sort of, but, well, it's exactly equivalent to doing this. That's post increment. And then when it's standing by itself in C++, the only difference between post and pre-increment is this one is an expression that returns the what was it? This returns what it is after the increment. This returns what it was before the increment. But either way, if you're not using the value, they're equivalent, right? It does the same thing. So because the original code had a pre-increment, that's why we have to increment first and then compare. I hope that makes sense. And so in Rust, because it's confusing anyway, Rust doesn't allow it. They say just be explicit. If you're going to pre-increment or post-increment, just do it before or after like you should. We're just smiling at PHP. We're not stabbing. We're smiling. We're being friendly. It's a C thing to do the pre and post increment. It comes in handy when you're doing iteration. But then again, in Rust, iteration has its own trait and patterns. and it's not built into just integers, so it's just different. Okay, and it is, I think it's confusing because it's doing two things. It's incrementing a variable and it's yielding a result. And whether the result is what was before you incremented or after depends on where the position of the operator. And that can be confusing. All right, I'm continuing on. Here and here, address of go left 2 words, make that a lowercase. Okay. Again, the pre-increment, so... Oh, I don't want to copy that because that's the wrong code. I have a feeling that there's some repetition I can remove here. I suppose what I should do is have an else block that has this common code in it. Oops, what was that? Oh, it stays in the same state. So it would be, could be IPv4. Else if not in an IPv4, else... Oh, then I end up having to return illegal characters, though. This break doesn't go here, does it? Why do I have a break here? I don't think that break needed to be there. Could be IPv4. Yeah, this break is unnecessary. We stay in the same state, though. Okay, not all the arms are the same, apparently. Or I got some other problem here. Why did it expect empty unit? Oh, I have too many else levels. Oh yeah, so then I don't need this one. That was it. All right, so it's either a colon or it's a dot or we're going to count a digit. It could be an IPv4 or it's definitely not at that point. Okay, got it. So, all right, continuing on. This is some serious state machine stuff, don't you think? All right, remove that. This is an I. Here and here. It's contains, go a couple words to the left. There. Okay, and here and here, it's just plus equal 1. How come we're not doing a greater than 4 check here? Yeah, I wonder why not. Anyway, we get all the way out here, right? That's a big iteration. Gotta go. See you, LumaCode. Do you need the bool then? Which bool? Sorry, I got a little bit further off. I'm not sure which bool. I have 2 of them. Address encountered and double colon encountered. I need them because at some point we do an early exit if we find an IPv4 address, right? Yeah, that's the reason why we have that bool, is to break out of the iteration. Because we can't break out of the iteration inside of a match. I don't think we can. Actually, if we can break out of the iteration here, then I don't need that flag. Can I break out of a for loop inside of a match? Are you allowed to do that? Can I do a break there? Let's see. Yeah, then I don't need that. Okay, we're gonna remove that flag then. Because I don't think I need it other than to break out of the switch early. Oh no, I need it down there. Okay, I do need it. But I don't need that break. So I do need the variable. But that break will break us out of the loop, so I don't need this break. I think. So we need it down here to validate it. Okay, so... this is just going to complain about these parentheses, right? You can return to break. Well, it allowed me to do a break. I don't want to return from the function. I just want to break out of this loop. That's what break does, right? So I think that's what I want. I want to break out of the loop at that point. So here I want to allow unused parens. Oh yeah, this needs to derive partial equal. Kind of funny to me that that enums don't inherently do that, but I guess it's because you could have a complex enum that you can't compare. This is just a simple one, so allow it to be compared. Count the trailing group. Okay, we're gonna be doing this again. If... why do we have this? Oh, is this because we might have broken early? Because we always account one every character. So the only case it would not be equal to the length is if we encounter an IPv4 address, right? Hmm. What's another case where we might break out early? It's only that case. Yeah, I have to stop. I got to eat before I go. Okay, I'm gonna have to call it here, but I might be back later. If I'm not back later, I'll be back tomorrow. So yeah, I'll continue porting this to, later and test it, and then probably need to probably want to come back and refactor this a bunch. But yeah, I gotta call it here because I am hungry, and I gotta go pick up kids from school and stuff like that. So let me find someone to. Let's see if someone else is in team Rustations right now. See ya, 715209. What's Eric.dev doing? And is it in Rust? Rust plus GStreamer plus Docker, building an RTMP switcher. That sounds really fun. Let's raid them. From one Rustation to another. Here we go. I've never raided them before. I've never actually watched a stream before, but they're in my team. Raiding them right now. Science and technology. Starting the raid. So I may or may not be on later today, but I'll probably be on tomorrow in either case. So hope you guys have a great rest of your day if I don't see you. And please enjoy Eric.dev stream, where I guess we're doing GStreamer and Docker for an RTMP switcher in Rust. So take it easy. See ya. Bye. Bye-bye.